Good morning. Kia ora. Whakatahao ki te uru, whakatahao ki te tonga, kia matina tau ki uta, kia mata tai, e he ake ora. Aroa, kei haere, kei hae, Māori ora. I did that so well actually this morning by myself, but I bombed out in public, so apologies for that. Thank you. So apologies, we have got, which Tian has got some numbers here. So we've got Wenera, who is absent. Padowitz Calvert is also absent. Partial absence. And Kelly is partial absence. And Deputy Mayor Foon for lateness.
Just partial absence.
Partial absence? Are you going to be here all day?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so we'll... Oh, okay, right. Oh, so this covers for tomorrow as well. In that case, I'm also partial absent tomorrow as well.
We also have Ben McNulty is going to be late, and just checking the mayor is also going to be late.
Okay, so we've registered all that. So we vote on that, right? Yes. Okay, we can... that unnecessary formality. How many votes do we need?
Does anyone know?
So we need 9. Oh, Ben is here. I'll make Terry the seconder. Yep. Okay, so is that everybody who wants to vote has voted? Oh, Rebecca's turned up as well. Okay.
Not sure what we're voting on, but yes.
Thanks, Ben. That typical Labor.
Apologies.
Okay, conflict of interest. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I haven't had a cup of coffee this morning. Conflict of interests. There are no conflicts, I guess. So do we vote on that as well? No. Okay. So confirmation of the last minutes. Can we all vote on that, please? Terry to second that one as well.
We vote yes.
No. Well, we decided you were intrinsically a conflict of interest, so but we've decided to not bother about that.
Oh, sorry. No.
Hold on, we're keeping tabs. It's $2.
I don't know why it's not working.
Okay, is that Ben and Rebecca? We're still waiting for you, I think, and Liz. Oh, okay, Liz has voted yes. Okay. Gave yourself a promotion. You got 2 votes for that one too. Okay, well, assume that's passed. And Rebecca and Ben are. Yep.
What things are we going to assume today?
There are no items not on the agenda. So now we move on to public participation. And the first person we have up this morning is Stephen Day. Thank you, Stephen. So Stephen, just so you know, you get 5 minutes, which you're welcome to leave as much of that 5 minutes as you like for question and answer, but the total presentation time, including Q&A, is 5 minutes.
Kia ora. Atamari e koutou. No te moana atau ahau, ingarai he i ana ki ngā tohu o nehi o te whanganui atara e noho nei au. E noho ana e tapitoranga ki te taho o raukau moana au, ko Ngāti Pākehā tōku iwi, ko he kai eke pahi kāra au, ko Stephen Day au. E mihi ki te Kōrau Tūāpapa, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Thank you for the opportunity to talk. A wee bit intimidating going first. I feel like the cyclist who's broken away from the rest of the peloton and scooping up Berrimpore Hill. I'm sure when the rest of the peloton catches up with me, it's going to be giving strong evidence supporting the need for separated cycle lanes between Island Bay and Berempore. It'll probably be talking about things like the benefits to health, the environment, the economy, the need to reduce congestion, to use public space more effectively, and most importantly, to respond to a growing public demand for change in the way our city's designed. However, I want to tell a more personal story about my support for your proposals to improve Newtown and Berempore, and ask that when you get the opportunity, you take them even further than what you have proposed today. My interest in the commuter connection between Island Bay and Newtown is that I travel that route every day as both a pedestrian and a cyclist. I live with my partner and our 3 teenage children in Island Bay, and in 2020 my family sold our car and embraced cycling as our main form of transport. That's not a flex, but just an increasingly common and sensible approach. I know I'm not alone because I see many other biking families sharing the bike lanes with me. The reason we could make that choice is because Island Bay is built with cyclists and walkers in mind. It's a 15-minute suburb. I've got everything I need nearby: a shopping centre, a library, a supermarket, sports clubs, even a cinema, and good, well-used bike lanes. The kids all go or went to Wellington High School. My oldest son is now working at the Inter-Islander. My partner works at Wellington Hospital, and I work here in town at a small Crown agency. I figure if we had one more person who was working at Weta Workshop, we'd be like the stereotypical Wellington family. Everyone bikes on weekdays. On weekends we use buses, Uber and Mevo if we need to get around. We have a safe, easy bike ride through Island Bay, and then once we get to Main Street, it resumes being relatively safe, but there's 2 kilometres in between that's pretty hairy. When I first started biking, every ride was an adrenaline rush. This was like 15 years ago. Looking in wing mirrors to see if there's a parked car, going to try some risky movement. Dominating the middle of the road, I'd like pull out and try and go as fast as I could to stop cars trying to pass. It was only when good quality lanes went in that I realised biking could also be relaxing and calming rather than invigorating. So now my rides are a mix of both those things. I have the calm, friendly suburban ride through Island Bay, followed by the hair-raising sprint up Adelaide Road and down Rintoul Street, before joining the friendly migration of cycling commuters on Ridderford on our way into town. One final thing, Island Bay Football Club. 2 of my kids play for Island Bay and have done so for many years. I've coached several fine Island Bay teams to some very impressive losing streaks. During autumn and winter, we're probably at Wakefield Park 4 or more times a week. I know that Wakefield Park is a regional facility rather than a suburban one, and I know firsthand how hard it is during the weekend to get across the city to football fields when public transport's not set up with that in mind. And yet we have managed that successfully for 3 seasons. I think that we as a city can do much more to encourage facilities like Wakefield Park to be more accessible to the public, to public and active transport, rather than continuing to assume that they need large and historic amounts of parking to be viable. Anō reira, that's me. That's all I have to say. He mihi nui kia koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
Just a quick one. Bike parking. At sports fields, do you consider it's okay to be uncovered, or would it be great to have some covered bike parking at sports fields?
For my rusty old dunga, I'm quite happy with uncovered, but I see an increasing number of people with high quality electric bikes, so I would assume that they would have a different view to me.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Stephen. Yeah, just your Wakefield Park experience of the local. Are you seeing an increase in people changing modes at all, or do you think that if better facilities were provided, i.e. we would get that increase in different modes for those that live closer?
I can only speak anecdotally. My sense is that there's a large number of kids and a small number of adults who mostly scooter but also bike to Wakefield Park. And my sense would be that what is lacking is for the people coming from out of Island Bay to try and get to Wakefield Park, that they don't have the public transport and biking support to get there as easily
Great,
as
thank you.
locals do.
Yeah.
It might be
Sorry. Yeah, sorry, Stephen. You've also got 5 minutes again for your presentation and also Q&A.
Cool. Kia ora, councillors. I'm Stephen. I'm a resident, dad, and registered nurse who lives in Newtown. Nothing is quite as scary as the word parking. So good luck. You thought listening to submissions on cycleways would be divisive? Wait till you hear the word parking. People will lose their minds, even just over the word. The cycle lane, I'm here for it. It's a good plan. Let's do it. But let's talk about something more interesting, if you're a city planning nerd like me, that is. Free on-street parking is something that many of us have come to know and expect. I myself was one of those people. It's great, right? Park your car on the street like you hang up your coat. Nice. But when you consider land pricing, paying a measly $198 a year for a park on the street is really cheap. 95% of a car's life is spent parked. And when we have 4.1 million cars in New Zealand, close to 1 per person, in a busy inner city suburb with competing needs of a hospital, schools, shops, and don't forget residents, you start to see the problem. We can't just create more parks. This has been the cause of so many major problems in America with vacant parking lots and lots of seas of concrete. So we're left with some options. The first couple are in progress, creating good alternatives to get into Newtown by car. So bike lane again, tick. And then using limits to manage the parking within Newtown. And this plan is fire. Like, it's really good. I consider myself well read when it comes to city planning, and this plan is very, very well considered. It still involves free parking, but this is time limited. It enables residents to still park their car on the street, but to a point. As a high rental dominated suburb, many flats have several cars, 1 per occupant, but barely enough curb space for 1 car outside their house. It restricts certain problematic parking behaviour like this. It's normal for people in the city without parking to park their car in Newtown and use it for weekend getaways, so people with apartments, for example. And controversially, we have hospital workers who do not use the provided parking and insist on driving to work. It means that residents such as myself have struggled to find parks for decades. It means that my parents, parents-in-laws, and friends, when they wish to visit by car, they struggle to find a park. And mostly by keeping parking free, it encourages people to keep using this finite resource. So by charging a fair value and restricting its use, we create a manageable and more fair system. We will have less people cruising for parks as parks become easier to come by. This will reduce traffic, making our streets and my children safer. Patients who drive will find it easier to find a park if they want to park on the street. Some things I'd like to see improve. The ability to on-sale visitor parking permits through a Wellington City controlled website. Whether you like it or not, this is going to happen. And so the council facilitating this would be good. Parking to be 180 minutes rather than 120, as this is more suited for patients visiting the hospital and friends of residents visiting friends. I usually have people around for more than 2 hours for my lunch. Providing on-street parks for bikes using covered cages for people who own heavy bikes like myself and have only stair access to the house would be awesome. This, alongside frequent car share only spots, would help make the shift to car-free lifestyles easier. Please be bold. It may not be a popular plan, although there's roughly 50-50 support if you look at the submissions. So please be bold. We cannot keep giving out a free commodity as our city fringe suburbs grow. We cannot keep subsidising car use with free parking and expect it not to be a problem. Let's do this for safer streets, less congestion, and better allocation of a finite resource. Thanks.
Thank you. Any questions? Sarah?
Stephen, I'm really interested in your views on differential pricing of coupons. Do you have a view that it would be good to, say, make the first coupon 1 per household a little bit cheaper and the second much more expensive?
My understanding, the coupons you could give out to friends are free if you're talking about the residence parking.
I was talking about the residence parking coupons.
The pricing is probably actually infinitely cheap. I think there was an estimate someone told me around actually $2,000 if you were thinking about how much it would actually cost. So $200 per car seems reasonable.
But what I was thinking was, is there any merit at all in a differentiation between your first one and your second? Because we are allowing up to 2.
Yeah, I think it should be the same price.
Oh, same price, okay.
But it's given on an allocation system, so you're only going to be able to have 2 if
I think
everybody
is
else has
suggested
got one,
max.
so.
Yeah, thanks.
Iona?
Thank you very much. That was a great submission. Just wondering if you also support changes to land use policies, so private car parking is also restricted?
I don't know. Cool.
Thanks, Stephen.
Thanks, Sam.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Good day. Good luck with the scary parking work.
Now we have Nicholas Cameron. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I live in Newtown. I cycle and I drive in about equal measure. I would cycle more, but I have 2 young children, which I don't have a good solution to a lot of the time. They're both at school around Newtown as well. I support both these schemes in general. I think they're necessary, and I think they're going to be good for Newtown and good for Wellington, and I think they're generally well designed. I do have a few kind of comments on the details. I have about 3 on the parking and 1 on the cycling that I'm going to go through pretty quickly. So starting with the parking, I think that the council and the hospital need to work together and ensure that there's adequate parking for hospital staff before the scheme is implemented. I'm all for encouraging people to get to work by alternative means to driving, but like if anybody has a good reason not to, it's the medical staff at the hospital. They work long days. A lot of them work shifts. That means that they're starting early, finishing late when public transport may not be available, or when it's not safe to walk potentially, especially for female staff. Many work at multiple centres. For example, you could be working at Wellington in the morning and Pororua or Hutt in the afternoon and have to get between those two in a time that is not feasible by public transport. Doctors and nurses, highly sought after professionals. They have the choice to work at any hospital in New Zealand. They can work in Australia, Canada, UK with essentially 0 retraining and for a higher salary. They're essential to Wellington. We should not be pushing them away from working at Wellington Hospital. Moving on to the boundary of the scheme around the zoo. I live up that end of Newtown in Owen Street. I assume that before the scheme was done, there was some research done around the parking situation for these boundaries. Quite a bit has changed since then. In particular, there's a Kaina Ora project, which is now complete at 175 Owen Street. There's 36 units there with essentially 0 off-street parking. The parking pressure is gone up significantly, and that is nowhere near fully occupied as far as I know. That's only going to get worse. At 177 Owen Street, the former bowling club is going to be redeveloped, which I think is great, but I also assume that that is going to cause some more parking pressure. Even today, the parking pressure is really variable. You can go some days and it's clear. Other days, when there's an event at the large church on Owen Street, or it's a sunny day, the zoo is busy, finding a park can be almost impossible. So I think in order to avoid extra pressure from being just outside the boundary of the project, the boundary should be put to include all of Owen Street and a significant amount of Manchester Street. Moving on to the permit allocation, mostly looks good. I have a quibble with some of the prioritization, specifically groups 6A and B, which is about getting a second permit for a multiple occupancy house. If I understand the wording, that only applies to a flat share. This doesn't seem right to me. If you have a couple of adults in a family, maybe you have an extended family with 4 or 5 adults in a single household. Just because they live together doesn't mean that they necessarily work together or that they are able to share vehicles more easily. And it leads to this situation where you have a family, you have 2 working adults, you have maybe more working adults, you have a whole bunch of kids, you have no on-street parking potentially, and you're in the same bucket of prioritization as a single guy with a driveway and a garage for that second permit. That doesn't seem fair to me. That doesn't seem kind of equitable to encourage working families. Even, we can continue looking at that. You end up having a lower prioritization than just 2 working adults in the same house if that house is a flat share rather than a family house. Okay, moving on to the cycling scheme. as a cyclist, I'm very much in favour of most of it. My only question is about the routing on Rintle Street. I'm a pretty keen cyclist. I ride up hills for fun at the weekend, but I still avoid Rintle Street because that is a long, relatively steep hill. And I worried that a bike lane there would be underutilised because of that factor. Also see the parking there. That road is always super busy with parking, and a lot of the houses there do not have off-street parking. So I think that's going to cause big problems for residents. I think it would be a much better route to go down Russell Terrace and Te Wharapuri Street, not only because of the parking and the gradient issues, but also because it gives better access to Newtown shops and to the cycleways towards Kilbirnie. That's all I have to say. Good timing, me. Thank you.
Thanks. We just got time for one question from Councillor McNulty. Ben, if you want to ask your question.
Yeah. Sorry. Just quickly, we've met with some representatives from the hospital, and the quick answer is they don't have enough parking as it is, and they need to build more parking capacity, and that money won't come from Te Whātua Ora because the health ministry is obviously going to be focused on patient outcomes. So with those in mind, do you think we need to proceed with the scheme, or what's your thoughts?
My thought is that if you're thinking of patient outcomes, then not having the medical staff there because they've all moved away is probably one of the biggest things you need to address. I think that there are ways to address it without necessarily building a big car parking building. As I understand it, the allocation is basically on a waiting list system rather than a priority system, which means that, for example, like an admin staff who's been, at the hospital for 10 years, but works a 9 to 5 will have a car park, whereas a junior doctor who is rotated between hospitals every year or two, but is working on call, is working shifts, is working early and late, staffs will not have a car park. So it seems that there's things that you could do to address this without necessarily, building more or even spending money. But if they can't do that, then I think that the scheme should be altered to ensure that there is parking for the medical staff.
Thanks very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we have James Sullivan. Thank you.
Sweet. Hi there, councillors. If you've heard one or two of my previous ones, it's going to sound a bit like a broken record. The cycle lane proposal. Overall, does it meet the guidelines that council set in Panakipuniki and things like that? No. It's, lanes are either too narrow, they're not long enough, they're only in one direction. Cyclists and active transport will have to share road space with very large, fast vehicles, all that sort of stuff. Is it an improvement over the current status quo? Oh God, yes. It is so far from perfect, but it's just so awful along from Newtown to Island Bay that even the little that has been proposed is a massive improvement. Some of you may have remembered the little article, I think it was last year, where a parent and their kid nearly got run over by a countdown truck at a crossing in Berhampore, and also nearly took out a cyclist. I can assure you that was pretty fucking terrifying. I took a specific look at what the proposal said there, and just reallocating parking, reallocating road space from parking to put in a proper bike lane, so that you aren't sitting in the middle of you aren't sitting in the traffic lane, so it provides more sightline to corners and crossings, especially as vehicles have gotten larger and larger and wider and taller. And I'm pretty sure I can't see over there are cars I can't see over now that I'm pretty sure as a teenager I could see over, and I don't think I've gotten shorter. So yeah, it sort of comes back. Does it meet all the requirements that and the guidelines that council set down? No. Is it a damn sight bet? Is it a massive improvement over what currently exists? Yes. So I really, really encourage you to go forward with it. there are claims over and over again that the cycleways are reallocating parking, reallocating road space from storing of vehicles. It's going to destroy things. Businesses on Hutt Road are still there. Businesses in Island Bay are still there. Businesses in Newtown are still there, even though they all swore that you remove any parking, suddenly it's going to disappear and you're just going to have empty buildings. Well, we have empty buildings where there's lots of parking. You know, you've got empty buildings in Johnsonville, around where I live, that have been empty for, I'm pretty sure, years, that have massive amounts of parking. You go to these places that have no parking on the street, and suddenly there's lots of businesses. It's like, so which one is it? So yeah, it sort of comes back, and it just keeps coming back to the doesn't meet all the requirements set down, all the guidelines set down and agreed. No. Is it so much better than what it currently is? Yes. And it will finally connect Island Bay to the rest of the city, making cycling back and forth just so much nicer, and actually finally connect the things, or connect the areas, which I'm pretty sure I was told when I was in Wellington College as a teenager. It's just around the corner. Yeah, it's just a year or two away. We'll get it done. Now I'm in my mid to late 30s, and I'm still going, yeah, still waiting. Yeah, that's really sums it up. Is it perfect? No. Is it better than what it is? What currently is? Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Has anyone got any questions? Nope, looks like you expressed yourself so thoroughly that... So our next is Peter Campbell, who is actually joining us online. So Peter, your turn now.
Hello. Good morning. I'd like to introduce my wife, Claudia, as well. So just introducing ourselves. We're residents in Berhampore. We live on Luxford Street, and we've lived here for over 20 years. I guess we need to start by saying we support the concept of a cycle lane, but we've just got, we're addressing specific aspects of the plan.
We are here because we would like you to change the layout for the cycle lanes on Luxford Street.
So I guess most people probably are, but if you're not familiar with Berhampore, the village has got two very popular businesses, Baker Gramercy and the Sprig and Fern, and both of these put a lot of pressure on parking sort of in this area or this part of Berhampore.
Yeah, and we are the closest neighbours to these very popular businesses, the Sprig and Fern and Gramercy.
So in the current proposal, the cycle lane is on both sides of Luxford Street, and as a result of that, approximately 50% of parking will be lost on the street.
The parking will be removed on the southern side of Luxford Street, closest to these businesses, and most importantly, to our house.
Another thing that we've actually learned this week, which is potentially going to put further pressure on parking, is that Kāinga Ora is building multi-storey units at 457 Adelaide Road and also on Cowan Place. So 457 Adelaide Road is very close to Luxford Street. Cowan Street actually comes off it. So it's unknown. I know one of your earlier presenters talked about no parking being allocated to these units, and so the presumption is that this could be the case with the ones going in as well.
Yeah, and we have just learned that the council is also proposing to operate food trucks on the Berhampore Service Centre forecourt on Luxford Street, across the road from us again.
So of course all of these activities are going to put a lot of pressure on parking sort of on our street and in Berhampore Village generally.
Yeah, so the parking, our suggestion is to flip the proposed layout, flip the car parks from the one side to the other side and reinstate the parking closest to these businesses in the Berhampore Village.
For us personally, we discovered, so we attended a drop-in at the Newtown School. So we actually discovered that our house was included in the commercial zone, so it's sort of some unknown with the actual zoning. We have been contacted by one of the council staff members as a result of this on the 10th of November, so that's being looked into, but as a result of that, we wouldn't qualify for a parking permit.
We also have a garage. Yes, we have a garage. It's a closed-in carport, most likely built in the 60s, and it's too small for a modern car. It appears that this would also disqualify us for a parking permit. Now, if we would have an EV, we would be number 2 on your permit list, but as an affected resident, we do not. And this approach lacks balance and fairness. We cannot afford to build something larger, nor do we have the space on the property. And we hope that after this proposal, we will at least qualify for a parking permit.
Yeah, following on from that, this is one thing with the permit allocation that actually surprised us. There are a number of residents along the path of the proposed cycle route through both Berhampore and Newtown. And these people aren't mentioned anywhere in the 9 categories. So our belief is that you should actually be, even if it's in the initial permit allocation rounds, these people should actually be mentioned and factored in as they're the most affected. For us, we'd actually like to know sort of how vehicles are mapped in the plan and how that's actually working. And also as a result of the current plans, we can see that there's pressure on parking generally, but also in these areas, people like delivery drivers, couriers, tradespeople, a lot of those sorts of people are not really adequately factored into the plans. For us personally, we have a fairly large garden, so we've got to actually move things like green waste and things. So currently, we'd struggle to know where to park our car to actually do that. We also do query why there seems to be such urgency with the plan. April next year seems very soon, and we just wonder whether that's actually adequate time for affected residents to do things like plan for changes they may need to make. Save or for building and those sorts of things as well. So the query is whether there's any thought about whether the actual timings and things like that for the plan could be extended. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Questions?
Sorry, thank you very much for your time. We don't have any questions.
I got a question.
Oh, sorry. We do have one question from your local ward councillor, in fact.
Cool. Peter, thank you so much. And you also mentioned your submission about the bus stop. Did you touch
the bus stop?
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, so I guess because we've lived in Berhampore, well, I've lived in, I flatted here before we now own the house we live in. So we've seen different iterations of what's happening. I ride a scooter, and commonly what I do is travel home down Britomart Street. So the proposal to move the bus stop onto Adelaide Road, I've already seen the result of, because there are car parks along that section of road, and often sort of evening commute times, rush hours, that can cause huge bottlenecks. So my query was potentially what's going to happen if the bus stop is moved from Luxford Street to round the corner. How that may affect traffic flow, particularly along Adelaide Road and around into Luxford Street, so going to Newtown, travelling north.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your time.
Okay.
The next person we have actually is Sally Ogle. Thanks, Sally, if you're...
Hi. I've got some notes here, so I'll speak from those. I cycle. My bike is my main mode of transport for getting around the city, including for a number of short trips I need to do for work. I'm really grateful for the investment the council has made in cycling infrastructure over the last few years. Between the Island Bay Cycleway, the work done on Adelaide Road and Cambridge Terrace, a good portion of my commute is now in a protected cycleway, and that's fantastic. It's also really easy to see the impact that these projects have had on the number of people riding bikes every day. It's amazing to sit at the traffic lights in a group of cyclists and to see the range of people out there on bikes as a result of having safer infrastructure. I live in Island Bay and work in the city, so I cycle along the stretch of road that this proposal relates to twice most days. I'm really happy that this stretch is being proposed as one of the next projects, and honestly, I'll be happy with anything, any improvements that make my day-to-day commute in any way safer. But I'm here because I'm disappointed in what's been put forward. In almost every section of the proposal, there was a design option that scored higher in the multi-criteria analysis, but which is not the option that's been put forward for consultation. This proposal, in a number of its sections, puts cyclists on the road with cars and buses, seemingly in service of retaining as much parking as possible. Retention of parking is a phrase that features in the information about these designs more than I would expect for a project that is intended to improve pedestrian and cyclist safety. Wellington City Council says that its cycleway projects are about making getting places by bike safer and easier for everyone. This proposal doesn't do that. It's not a cycleway that I'd put my daughter on to cycle to Swiss, the intermediate school that's about 3 k's from our house, and it should be. It's not a cycleway that removes the fear of going downhill with a 30-tonne double-decker bus tailgating you, and it should be. The fear that if I sneeze or hit a small stone on the road and wiggle on my bike a bit or have to slow down suddenly, that I might die because a bus driver is following too close and is impatient, isn't a feeling that I or anyone else should have on a near daily basis simply because of the way I choose to commute. I get it, it's hard. There's lots of competing interests. Wellington's roads are narrow and there's only so much money to go around. But if the cycleway isn't meeting the goals of safer and easier for everyone to cycle, then it needs more work. This section of cycleway infrastructure has the potential to link up with the existing pieces, the Island Bay cycleway and the work that's been done on Adelaide Road and Cambridge Terrace, to create a safe and fully protected cycleway all the way from the south coast through to the waterfront and Courtney Place. What's been proposed is not that. I hope that the committee will encourage improvements to this design so that that potential can be realised.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
Kōrau, Lucy, and did you say you have a business in Newtown?
No, I work in the city and live in Island Bay.
Okay, so what is the one improvement that you would like to see in this case? Probably I'm reading a different one. Yeah, so.
Yep, I mean, the main problem I see with the cycleway designs that's been proposed is that you've got, at either end of it, you've got the Island Bay fully separated cycleway both sides of the road. At the other end, you've got the same Adelaide Road and Kent and Cambridge Terrace, fully protected cycleway, and you're proposing this chunk in the middle that's like a little bit protected, then a little bit on the road, then a little bit protected, and that's not an effective linking between these two pieces that are working really well. You're taking something that I would put my daughter on to cycle to school and turning it into something that I wouldn't, because it's not fully protected all the way through.
So the challenge is, as you know, the straight is a bit, and the officers are really working hard. Where exactly the specific area that you would like an improvement in this specific route?
Everywhere that buses and cars are sharing the road with bikes could be improved.
Okay, thank you.
The next speaker is Dylan Packman.
Running a bit early. Amazing. That wasn't a jab or anything, excuse me. Great. Thank you for your time today. Lovely to be here, and great I could make it on time. The proposed cycle lanes here are vital to build the network joining Island Bay to Newtown. These changes are great. Huge thank you to everyone involved, but I think they could go a bit further as well. Can you hear me okay? Is this choice? My key message is I think there should be more protected cycle lanes. Sounds like I'm in good company back here. And on the downhill bits too. And where there's not cycle lane separation, there should be lower speed limits, and there should probably just be lower speed limits anyway. As a person on a bike, I've been close past on every downhill bit here, and even taking the lane and going fast on a e-cargo bike. It's great to see the expansion of the 30 km/h lower speeds on Luxford Street, but I think it should cover all of Rental Street. Rental Street's pretty amazing, eh? On Rental Street there is 2 old folks' homes, Arvida and Alexandra, 3 ECEs in the area, the Park ECE, Te Punanga on Herald Street, and Adelaide ECE on Colombo Street. There's Newtown Community Centre, there's Wakefield Hospital, there's South Wellington Intermediate School, I'm not finished yet, and Berrimpoor and Newtown schools at each end. There's an astounding amount on the one street. This street was also a tram street, as you know, and light rail will one day return there. The cars dominating the street has been a temporary period, and it won't be forever. Cities change. Kids and old folks, what's that exhaustive list, especially deserve safe streets, as we all do. These changes will also be great for buses to have more space to pass each other on Rental Street, but that increased vehicle lane width may potentially cause higher car speeds. I think there should be another raised pedestrian crossing just south of Millwood Street, which would help traffic calming, with that extended downhill bit on Rental Street, and be useful for people going to Millwood Lane, which is the pedestrian access lane that goes down to the McDonald's. If you've ever been a teenager in Newtown, you probably know that space. The main way I use this area is I live in Brooklyn and take my 3-year-old to the park, ECE, on Rental Street on our cargo bike. So I'm really looking forward to separated cycle lanes on Luxford and Rental Streets, especially that pinch point turning from Luxford into Rental. Cars like to try and overtake on Luxford Street because it's nice and wide. Then there's the corner. Oh crap, there's a real pinch point there. And then you just get to the red light up ahead and overtake the car again anyway. It's all pointless as it is, so this is all really excellent. And weekends I often go down to Shoreland Park, it's a destination playground, and ice cream, can't beat it, with the 3 and 6-year-old. And these changes will make these journeys much lower stress, enjoyable and safer, so thank you. Any questions about all that?
Yeah, thank you very much. Do you think the council's on the right path with the cycle lanes on both sides of the road? It's just that we haven't got the downhill lane? Is that the main? Yeah.
So on Adelaide in particular, there's protected cycle lanes on both sides, isn't there? That's in between Berrenbore Shops and Island Bay. That would be really fantastic, because going down that area as a person on a bike, it can feel like you're being chased in either direction, and it's narrow and it's nasty, and that the less stress is just feeling like there's not 2 tons of vehicle chasing you.
I understand, because I used to bike that route. I guess the question that my colleague asked the last speaker is, if you could change one thing about this plan, or couple of things, what would they be?
Sure. So anywhere that, as I overheard the previous person saying, anywhere that there's mixing of vehicles, we need lower speeds, and we need further traffic calming, and we need the streets actually designed to make that lower speed happen, rather than just another flashing, you're going this many kilometres over the speed limit sign, which is, they're useful too, but you need the street to actually encourage the safer speeds. So anywhere that parking is being kept is an active choice, and there's a consequence of that, right? That you're dedicating storage of private property instead of movement of people, and potentially safe movement.
Are you thinking in particular Rental Street?
So Rental Street could have separation on both sides, for example. There could be downhill separation too. I have been overtaken going downhill on Rental Street, down to Newtown Shops. So my main focus is on Rental Street, because that's the where I go to drop off the one at daycare.
Thank you.
Yeah, I've been overtaken by other parents as well, going up to the park on that crest, and then they, overtake me, then pull in right in front of me. And it's like, why'd you do that? But overall, huge support. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Our next presenter is online, and that's Koi Fan. Are you available, Koi, to talk to us?
Who was that?
Hi, yep, I'm here. Hello, everyone, again. Thanks for, I'm here today to talk about, to speak in support for the Newtown Cycleway, Berrenbore Newtown Cycleways, and also I'm a bit of against of the parking scheme, in the way that, I think there should be less, the numbers of 2 car parks per house. That's simply way too many, and I think that should be half. I used to live on Rental Street back when I first moved to Wellington in 2014, and just the amount, every single car park there, if you give 2 car parks per house, you just still end up having car blocking up all the street. And that's where all the space that you could provide for save the street, for better road, busways and cycleway, that could be taken up by the car park. So I was really against that, and I know this is a lot of competing interests like before. So I would like you, probably this could be the first way forward, and then we could remove car park, further car park out of the way. And so I'm a bit lost of thought. I got assaulted yesterday in Whangarei from a road rage incident. So the less car park, like that's not very car friendly today for me. Hi, sorry, could you hear me? Yeah, and I think that's, yeah, my mind was a bit closed at the moment, but like previously mentioned, Newtown is on Rinto Street in particular. It has 2 retirement homes and schools. So by making remove car parks, providing protected cycleway, will make the street a lot safer for everyone there. And also allowing the, let's say, hospital workers, I moved to Newtown so I can work in the hospital. That will allow the hospital workers, which is the main people, the main usage, to go to Newtown. They will take up a better option to commute to the work. And yep, I think that's all. Sorry, I'm very, very, very not very concise today. I can't hear anything, so I'm not too sure what.
Has anybody got any questions for Koi? Terry?
Kia ora, Koi. Just one quick question around, have you looked at the accessibility and the design of the cycleway? Did you have any feedback about separation, or you mentioned Rintle Street, and any views on that part?
I think Rintle Street can be easily made into a separate cycleway and busway. Like, I believe, like, allowing the busway to go, it is the main street that connect to, like, when you go to from Burhampo to Newtown, you don't go to the Newtown shop, you go to Rintle Street. And by making it a separate cycleway and maybe a dedicated busway, it will make the street way much better. And also allow more people to travel using that route, like using the bus. And that's just probably where the main light rail, probably not the light rail going to Adelaide, but yeah.
Cool, thank you.
Thank you very much, Koi. That was the end of the question. So thank you very much for your presentation. The next person is Chris McEwen, who is online as well, I understand.
Yes, that's correct. I'm not sure if you can hear me.
We can hear you, but we can't see you, but we can hear you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm in a hotel room in Melbourne. I'm trying to join. There we go. Sorry about that. Okay. Thank you very much for the opportunity to talk to my submission. So I'm a resident of Island Bay. I've lived there for 17 years. Brought up 2 sons in the community, went to Island Bay Primary and Swiss, and now moved on to university life and grown up. And they've used the facilities in Island Bay, biking, scooting, using the parks, and playing at Wakefield Park at football. And so, you know, the community, I've benefited from living in a community that's got access to facilities, and I really appreciate it. And I applaud the council and the work that it's done to improve these facilities. And over the last few years, we've seen a lot of changes in the community. Some of them have been suboptimal, some have been very good. And some of the things I'd like to talk about that are very good, I really agree with, and I really applaud. You know, I agree with some changes that have encouraged the use of facilities that will improve people's well-being and health and access to the great outdoors. And I encourage the council to continue to do so. And I appreciate the work that goes into building infrastructure that encourages people to get out more and do more and move. And I think that's fantastic. And I'm actually speaking about Wakefield Park there. I'm not actually speaking about bike lanes per se, because one of the things that I've really noticed in the time that I've lived in the community is my sons, when they first played football at Wakefield Park, it was a quagmire that was covered in animal droppings, ranging from birds to dogs. And it was terrible. And the kids were like 4 or 5, and I was the football coach, and it was a horrible experience for everyone, including the families. And that improved dramatically when the facility at Wakefield was improved to be the 2 pitches and the AstroTurf, and that was recently upgraded as well. And so accessing that has been an amazing thing for the community, both in Island Bay, Wellington Olympic, and regional, up in Burnport and all beyond. And every Saturday morning, in fact, every Saturday and Sunday during the sporting season, those facilities are jam-packed with people using that facility to get out more and do more. And it's an amazing, incredible, and useful facility. And so my question that I raised initially through Facebook and then through my submission was, why do you want to fix a problem that doesn't exist, in the sense of that portion of the road that, as far as I can tell from the artist's impression, apparently there's not going to be any parking removed, but it certainly appears to be, from the artist's impression, a significant amount of parking is going to be removed. That's point 1. Point 2 is the changes at Dover Street. There's an assumption there that people in Dover Street are going to accept some new parking. Those people have been through a lot. I don't know if you remember the sewage problems they had for a few years during COVID. It's a significant issue there. So the assumption that the parking will go in there is potentially fraught with difficulty too. So my submission is, I don't think it's wise to change something at Wakefield Park that will result in literally chaos on a Saturday and Sunday, when people will be roaming around trying to find parking, and that will spread out into the areas beyond. And I live nearby, I live in Eden Street, so I know for a fact there's going to be people jam-packed in that area too. And the points that were raised in some of the supporting documentation about, well, I mentioned the parking aspect that I don't believe is actually going to be retained, that people can bike and people can bus and people can transport to the area. I'm assuming those people don't live in Wellington and don't understand the weather in Wellington in winter. Getting to Wakefield Park from the Wairarapa, for example, on a Saturday morning to play a football game when you're in a team that maybe is in that region is impossible. And not everyone has access to multiple sources of transport. And by far the most common way of getting there is by car. And so my submission is, don't touch that section, leave it alone. If you're going to make your bike lane, which you seem to have done already in Island Bay, and not going to talk about the impacts that that's had on the community and the businesses in the area. I'm just saying this part here, let's not make the assumption that people are going to change their behaviours because you're forcing them to. I think what's going to happen, the behaviours won't change, people will still drive, and it'll be chaos around there. And there is an assertion in the supporting documentation about the encouragement of behaviour change away from cars. That makes the assumption that everyone will be driving fossil-fueled cars in the future, which I think is quite a big assumption. If we're all driving electric cars, will they be okay? So I'll just leave it there.
Thank you. Are there any questions for this submitter? Nope, looks like you made your point very clearly, so thank you very much for that. Thanks, Chris. You can go back to whatever you're doing in Melbourne. Thank you. That's a break now, so we now take a half an hour break to come back at 11 o'clock or 5 to 11, if that's right. second half of the morning session. And our first presenter is William Levac. How do I pronounce that, sorry?
Levac.
Levac. Oh, I've got it right. Thanks, William. You've got, unfortunately, I have to say, only 5 minutes to tell us, and that includes any Q&A that you want to follow up with as well.
Cool. So thank you very much. Ko William Levac, tōku ingoa, ko te manutaki ki te whare wānanga o Tāgau ki Poneke. My name's William Levac. I am the Dean and Head of Campus for the University of Otago, Wellington. We've made a submission, so I presume you've read that all. I'm going to highlight a couple of things, but mostly keep time for any questions that you might have. Probably the key thing to let you know is about who we are. So the University of Otago, Wellington has been here since the 70s. We're almost approaching our 50th anniversary. We have about 1,500 staff and students, not all of whom are based in Wellington, but who work from here. And primarily our teaching is based on training undergraduate medical students. We graduate about 1/6 of the country's medical workforce every year. Physiotherapy students in their last year of training, and we run the country's only radiation therapy program. So these are the people who deliver radiation therapy to cancer patients. If we were to stop running our radiation therapy program in New Zealand would have no radiation therapists to employ from within the country. And then on top of that, we conduct a lot of very important health science research across a range of areas to do with health. I think in terms of our submission, one of the things that I really wanted to stress to you guys is the importance of counting University of Otago, Wellington in your plans for Newtown. We're not an incidental additional organisation associated with activities in Newtown. I know that your preference is to engage with Te Whatu Ora and ask Te Whatu Ora to count whoever it leases its space to, rather than going to all organisations, but it is very important that you know we're here. The other really important thing to point out is that University of Otago, Wellington isn't solely a tenant of Te Whatu Ora, we're also property owners. So there's a big building on Main Street which is currently seismically prone, and so we're currently out of that building, but we own that space, and there's associated buildings around that space that we own and occupy as well. So we're occupiers and property owners as well as tenants. Our building was evacuated 2 years ago due to a seismic issue, and a large number of our staff moved down into offices downtown, but we will be returning in the 1st of January, or maybe the 1st of April, depending how plans go, to the Newtown campus to bring our whole staff and students and team back together again. And so we will be increasing our occupancy on the Newtown campus. And we have been refurbishing our space and re-strengthening our space to be able to increase that occupancy. And probably, so that's the first important point. And the second important point is that if the council goes ahead with the plans around parking spaces in Newtown, it's critically important that that is followed up with a very robust public transport system, and in particular, the express bus from the railway station to Newtown needs to be in existence. It needs to be reliable. It needs to be dependable. As soon as those services start becoming unreliable, if they appear on the timetable and then don't appear in reality, the phrase I've heard is ghost bus, then staff stop using them. If they can't rely on them to get to work, they stop using them. And so it's really important that those services are provided. My biggest concern actually is the risk of us losing staff because they can't get to work. People choosing just not to leave working for the University of Otago, Wellington, because they are unable to afford or unable to get to their work environment. And that will have an impact on our ability to deliver our medical and radiation therapy training programs. And so that's why it's so important that we have this functional service. And the other thing just to highlight is that this affects mostly our admin and professional staff rather than our clinical training staff. I've only got a few seconds, but if you've got any questions, please do raise them with me.
Yes, thanks for coming in. My question is, if the council just goes ahead and the public transport service isn't improved from where it is today, what are your administrative staff going to actually do, and have they told you what they're going to do as an alternative?
Well, I mean, we are looking at where we can with people working from home in Wainua by distance, but obviously that has challenges with regard to delivery of clinical training programs that are very much relationship based. So we are exploring what we can in order to retain people, but we will lose people, I think, and we will have to find alternatives which will impact on our business.
And just a quick follow-up. If the council can't get assurance that the service is actually back to full capacity, which it's not at the moment, do you think they should just postpone the plan until it is?
Absolutely,
okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for your...
Very supportive of green transport, but we've got to be able to use them. It's got to be there.
How would you respond to the fact that the parking on the street's going to inevitably get more pressured as more apartments go into Newtown with no? So this is a problem that's going to happen regardless.
I'm not a property developer. I would think there's a question for the property developers.
No, but my question is, what other measures are you aware of for example, of the plans to build a car parking building on the hospital grounds to try and deal with some of the issues around parking for the hospital and associated services?
Yeah, we're in discussion with Te Wharaora, but I haven't been given any indication about the sort of parking capacity that might bring. I don't have any visibility of that, I'm sorry.
And somebody that we spoke to, because we went on a site trip, said there might be 800 of your staff returning.
That might be.
It sounds like quite a big figure, but that was the figure that we were told.
Yeah, I think that's too high probably. It might be more like 200 or something like that.
Okay. And
but we have peaks and troughs, because we have times where we have lots of people coming in for training sessions and stuff, and other times where we don't. Yep.
And are you privy to their discussions that they're having around targeted taxis, sort of almost like a taxi bus service?
In Te Wharaora, we're engaging with Frederico and Te Wharaora and working with them, and they're being very collegial about it. But for example, when it comes to parking permits in the hospital, they have a ranking system, 4-tier ranking system from highest priority, lowest priority. We come under number 4 as other. So they will serve understandably serve their own business needs first.
Yeah, and unfortunately, we're not in control of the bus services either. But yeah, thank you.
Cool. Thank you for your submission. And your submission that you got about 350 staff members, 1/3 of them they drive to work. And you also strongly support the Panake, the connected cycle lane, which means losing a parking is kind of understandable in that area. So what exactly do you want, and how many people in the morning, example, is coming by car out of the 100, which is 1/3 of your staff?
I think really what I would really like to see is a really healthy, functional public transport system that people can rely on, and that isn't like 3 steps in the journey from Wainuiomata to Newtown. So it's the functional public transport system that we really need. But next year, my big concern is being able to run a medical school. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. My question is, can you just confirm for me, you made the comment about Wellington being the only radiation centre for cancer patients. Are you saying that's the only one in New Zealand?
We're the only ones that train radiation therapy students, right. Yes. And they go all around the country.
Yeah, yep. Cool. Thank you.
Iona, you've got a question.
Oh, thank you, Tim, and thank you for coming in. Look, I am a little bit surprised by your conclusions. The medical profession has been incredibly helpful about saying that we need to get on bikes, walk to improve our health, stop getting cancer. So does that mean that we should not do the cycling until 10 years on, when the public transport may or may not be suited? Thank you.
We are, as a campus, fully supportive of green transport and fully supportive of biking and walking and public transport. As the manager of a campus that delivers teaching, my concern is being able to deliver that teaching in 2024 and being able to have my staff at work doing the work that they need to do. So I'm, my immediate concern is next year, actually, in 2025. But yes, you're absolutely right, 100% agree.
Thank you very much, William. That was really very insightful and forceful presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
We have Hayden Miller as our next person.
Good morning. I'm Hayden, and I'm a registered building surveyor, and I make that point because my career is about functions of buildings, how buildings work, how cities work, and that has my experience is quite widespread right across the world. So that's relevant to the position of the cycle lane in Rintle Street in Wellington, and I think it's important that I raise some issues with you. I'm aware of the time, and I've included some photos there just to give you an understanding of the particular part of Rintle Street we're talking about. To the left, you'll see the community centre, the two-storey building there. That's actually just showing a footpath, actually, that's much wider on that side of the road than it is on the right-hand side. So oddly, the cycle lane has been proposed for the narrow footpath area, not ignored the wide, that particularly wide, that footpath. And that's probably the better photo. So that's looking up Rintle Street essentially from Newtown. And I have an interest in the property on the very hard left, which we own. We're not affected by the cycleway. I'm not against cycleways, but I need to raise some issues with you in respect of functionality of the city. And that ties in with what William has just talked about, where he's raising with you issues of functionality of the city, how the parking proposal will change how things work, things that probably would otherwise be called unintended consequences. So as a building surveyor, I'm aware that these buildings that you can see in that photo running up Rintle Street, and where those cars are, by the way, are currently proposed to be replaced by a cycle lane. And I say I'm not adverse to cycle lanes, but they have to be in the right place, and the benefits have to be right. In that area there are 11 houses of character heritage. They're all probably 1800s to early 1900s, most likely early 1800s, but records will show them as about 1901, 1903, and that's just a function of the way the record system was collated back in the early 19th century. Out of those 11 houses up for the doctor's surgery, as you'll be aware, is a little bit further up the road. 9 of those houses have no access. They have no drive-on access, so particularly pedestrian access only. And you might say, well, what does that matter? Well, it matters because this is not Europe. This is Wellington, and the only place I can think of that's similar is San Francisco, where we have a similar style of old wooden buildings, except these are bigger. But they have bigger footpaths and just layouts different. The reason it's important is because all those buildings are old. They're all 100 and plus years old. They're all wooden buildings, so they're non-durable buildings, and they're all in usually much worse state of repair than they look from the outside. And I know that from experience of surveying these heritage buildings, some of them with the requirement for potential demolition, which incidentally, the pre-1930s heritage status of those buildings means you can't demolish them without going through quite a rigorous process, and Wellington City Council is particularly reluctant to allow demolition of those buildings where they would otherwise need it. So the point is that they all need regular maintenance, they need repairs, and they sometimes need completely gutting and redoing. If you put a cycleway in there, you are removing all the normal functional ability for contractors, for rubbish skips to park on the road, for all the things that would have for 120 years have otherwise functioned and being expected of those buildings in order for them to perform their natural lives and extend their lives beyond their already expected life period. So what I'm saying to you is, if you put a cycleway up there for 9 of those 11 buildings up to the doctor's surgery, they will have no practical access for the purposes of maintaining their functionality. And that's something that you need to be aware of as when you put a cycle lane and it has an effect on how the city works, that will be unintended consequences which you need to think about. My solution there is that actually that's the whole street is actually a slow zone anyway. There's no real value in adding a cycleway up there. It's marginal. There'd be very few traffic that would exceed 30 kilometres an hour. Buses come down there, but they, again, are very slow. I suggest you've got no reports of accidents or actually any increased risk. And my suggestion would be you leave it how it is, but perhaps make it a slow zone so that you leave, effectively what you will gain is 18 car parks, which you've actually talked about removing under the cycleway. So 18 car parks is quite a functional difference to how that part of the city will work. So that's part of my. I'll just see what I can show you. That's looking down Rintle Street from the doctor's surgery. See the accessible the car park there for people with disabilities. That's just looking down that short section right down to Newtown. There it is a bit closer there. The building we own is the one on the right, the grey building with a red roof. We're not personally affected. We have drive-on access, but I'm making the point from that point up, which is where the cycle lane starts, you have 9 buildings that will have no access, no physical access. So it means that if a contractor has to put a skip for stripping out linings and materials, bringing in materials, they have no ability to gain access once the cycle lane's there. And there's just 2 steps down further, there's a bus going down that area showing you that's already actually effectively a slow zone. It's already part and parcel essentially of inner working Newtown at that point, particularly with the community centre there.
Thank you, Hayden. I think we've run out of time. Does anyone got any questions? No. Oh, okay, sorry, Ray, we'll give you
Great, thank you very much for that. Now, looking at the photo here, it seems to me that there would be no room for traffic to go both ways. Is that correct? Or
well, currently traffic does go both ways.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So they can pass each other, okay.
Already, there's parking on both sides of the road, and there's 2-way traffic already at that point. Yeah.
But if a cycle lane went in, then of course you wouldn't be able to get 2-way traffic.
If a cycle lane went in, I think what the plan is that they're removing all those car parks. So you've removed 18 car parks up to the doctor's surgery, and I'm not concerned about the part beyond that because it functions differently. The road's probably wider. The houses have access. But for that particular part, because the sections are very narrow and they're back onto the commercial centre of Newtown, there's never been a need to have drive-on access.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Hayden.
Thank you.
And our next person is Joy Tutenberg.
Thank you. Okay, I just want to give you a personal perspective and how it's affecting individuals on our street. I live on the corner of Adelaide Road and Dawson Street in Berhampore. I live with my partner and we're both 69 years old and retired due to illness. Our only income is the New Zealand super. I want to speak how the parking plan for Berhampore affects us. I have lived and worked in Wellington for nearly 50 years. I fell in love with Wellington on day one. Both my children were born here. This is our home. I have watched Wellington grow and become a beautiful city as it is today. I've always felt it was in good hands until now. I used to cycle, but had to stop because of my hip. So I do understand the need for cycleways. However, your vision for cycle and parking does not appear to take us along with your journey. There is so much knock-on effect from this parking scheme, like mental health issues, financial issues, mobility issues and isolation. We're now suffering from anxiety as we're constantly worried about losing our home because we can no longer afford to stay here because of the hefty rate increases and now the proposed parking scheme. In the past 3 years, our rates have gone from 3,736 to 5,096, which is 36% increase, okay? And now we have to pay another $195 plus per year for parking permit. There has been many sleepless nights, which is affecting us and our health. We did not choose to retire, but had to because of my partner's cancer journey and my own health issues. We are fortunate to live close to Wellington Hospital, as he now has continual checkups for the next 5 years. His cancer treatment had a knock-on effect on his mental and physical well-being and relies on his artwork to keep him grounded. He has created the bus stop gallery in our front yard. There is another picture there. Is well known around Wellington, has featured in local papers. People love his work. He feels committed in doing his bit, supporting the local art community. This is now at risk. We may not be eligible for resident permit because we are deemed to have off-street parking on Dawson Street. Now, because of the curb entrances, one to our front yard and one to the roller door on the other picture. Now, these entrances go nowhere. As you can see from these photos, the front shows our basement workshop and the second shows the front yard. The only entrance to the front yard is a door. Even if we could afford to get an entrance made, it would be made very difficult and dangerous manoeuvre to get in and out at the right of the corner. And the bus stop gallery will be lost as we need to clear everything out to make room for the car. The basement has a roller door and is a workshop. It's never been a garage in the 20 years we have lived there. The roller door is left open during the day as there is an art feature. The only entrance to the basement is the door on the left. Solution, please consider removing these curb entrances for us. This will add 2 more parking spaces for you on the street. With only the pension for income, we cannot afford $195 per year for the resident permit. I cannot physically use buses on a bad day because of my hips and cannot afford to pay for taxis. We need the car to get to medical appointments, to do shopping, to visit family, to get out and enjoy this beautiful city. So getting rid of our car is not an option. If we cannot afford to pay for the permit, we will only be eligible for 25 free vouchers a year. This means family and friends can only come and visit less than once a fortnight. People who we constantly rely on for their help and friendship. Now, this could isolate elderly people and the disabled. It also seems a bit unfair that only some streets have this new parking scheme and added cost to residents, while the street down the road gets it for free and doesn't have any 120 restrictions. If you were to go ahead with this, you need to do it for all the streets, not just pick 1 or 2, okay? In your words regarding what is causing the parking problems, one is the ageing population. This, along with the high rate increases, will force us out of our homes and we can no longer afford to live here. It's making us feel redundant and unwanted. How is this embracing the community? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions?
Any questions? Sorry.
No, it looks like
Look, thank you so much for coming, and officers are listening, and we will see how we can make improvement for people. We will see how we can make some improvement for people like you, and thank you for coming today.
Good.
Do you think if we look at it to some extent, I'm not saying, but if we do exemptions of the 195 payment, that will make a difference?
I think you need to, I think probably the answer maybe would be, there's no guarantee that permit will be granted, but even if it was, there's no guarantee that we can get a park, because even if we have that park, if we can pay the 195, right, and we have that park, then we have to go and do our shopping, and then we come back and there's no parks left anymore because they have been taken. So you have to look at the number of allocations at the individual houses that are on that street and who actually needs those resident parking and make sure that they get them. I mean, it's also going to be difficult in reversing into those parks, because if you know that street, if you're parking on both sides of the street...
Sorry, we're running out of time, so can I ask one other question from Tony?
Yes, thank you very much for taking the time. My question is, this plan is supposedly to improve parking because there's so much congestion. What's your view to say that actually it sort of works now?
It's working perfectly now. Even when Wakefield has got all the huge parking problems, they come to our street to park on the weekends for the sports facilities, and we have no problem with that. because it fills the street up completely.
But it still works for you.
It works for us because we don't go out at the weekend anymore. We just stay. I keep our car parked on the street so we have a park when we get back. But if we have to go out during the week with these restrictions, then we're going to have and come back and find no park.
Yeah.
Then,
I hear what you're saying.
Thanks
you
very much, Joy. That's great. You made your points very well. And Elaine Blake, we now have your 5 minutes worth. Thank you.
Kia ora tātou, ko Ellen Blake ahau, ko kai tui tui a whanganui a tāra ki a Living Streets Aotearoa. So we're part of the Pedestrian Advocacy National Group. And I've come back to my second time to talk about transitional cycleways. I just want to make the point that Living Streets Aotearoa as a pedestrian advocacy group is supporting sustainable transport to the max. We want to see more people walking more often. It's really important if we are going to have sustainable transport that we put pedestrians into all the picture for all of transport projects. Which is why, as I made the point last time, that we don't have a walking policy and we don't have an overall transport strategy. So all we're seeing with the is this focus on the transitional cycleway, which is great. So there's a plan and it's funded, but that means that some of the pedestrian items and the bus items, we've only got a draft bus plan, are overlooked. And so this is leading to some of the issues that we see coming up with every single cycleway proposal. First of all, just a quick comment on the parking around that area. We would totally support some kind of travel demand management plan for the area, and the hospital is a real key, and obviously the University of Otago as well is a key to making some of that work. There's lots of options for what you can do, and please include walking and public transport as a key way of solving some of those issues. For instance, we noticed that Adelaide Road and Ridderford Street are very hard to cross as a pedestrian. They're wide, busy streets, and there are not that many crossing opportunities, including the curb build-outs have been taken away where they should be being put in. So there's a lot of things that we do support about the cycleway proposal. So most of what I'm talking about here is the design. We like the raised pedestrian crossings. It's well known that they are much safer than other, like simple zebra crossing on its own. They're just safer. The footpath through Newtown and even up Rintoul Street, I wouldn't say that's a wide footpath. The footpaths are narrow and they're often cluttered with things as well, which is quite fun, isn't it, around the greengrocer, but it means it is a very small bit of road to walk on. And we see clutter on footpaths all over the place around Wellington, but particularly up here as well. We noticed that part of the footpath on Rintoul Street is proposed to be narrowed for mobility park. So while we do need mobility parks, we don't need narrower footpaths. They're already quite narrow and they're busy footpaths. So obviously we support the 30 km/h safer speeds. That's a no-brainer. We should just be doing that in a lot more places around Wellington. One of the things that we notice that the slip lane from Luxford Street into Adelaide Road has been retained. Now, slip lanes are not safe pedestrian infrastructure, and you have to have a crossing to get across the slip lane to get to the bit where you cross at the traffic lights. So designs that keep slip lanes should be, we should be thinking about getting rid of all slip lanes in Wellington. We don't support the shared paths. I think we talked about this the last time. Shared paths are not good pedestrian infrastructure and they should not be included in any design that, if we're saying that we're supporting the sustainable transport hierarchy and we want more people walking more often, we do not have shared paths. And we're starting to see things called shared or dual crossings, I think, at pedestrian crossings where it's a pedestrian and a cycle crossing. They are not pleasant to use. They're not safe. Crossing the road is one of the highest stress points for pedestrians, and that needs to be a safer journey. So we don't need vehicles using pedestrian crossings. And I think we've mentioned before as well that we don't support the bus stop design that's being used. It's not safe, it doesn't feel safe. It's a really uncomfortable part of a journey when you hop off a bus to be in the middle of an active cycle lane. It's just particularly for people, for everybody, but particularly for children, older people, people with disabilities, you know, great part of our population. And there's lots of little bit of detail. There's lots of raised pedestrian crossings, but not at D Street, where I know personally, I know 2 or 3 people who've had crashes there on their bikes and walking. So something needs to be improved at D Street. I've had somebody come and talk to me specifically about the bus stops, particularly on Luxford Street. They said there's further down Rintoul Street, there's a whole lot of public community housing with older people and people with disabilities. So now they will have to walk further for bus stops. So that's not a good outcome either. So they are asking to think about the people who are using those bus stops on Luxford Street and to please improve their access rather than making them walk further. It might only seem like a short distance for people who are fit and active, but for a lot of people, even the short distances, it makes things quite a lot harder. I think we've heard some of that just now.
Elaine, your time is up. Do you sort of sum up quickly?
So what I'm saying is we need to see some better designs that don't include shared paths or dual crossings, and we need to see better bus stop designs. And I think the last time I suggested that San Francisco Walks has got some ideas. There's lots of ideas out there.
Anyone got any questions? Looks like you made your points really well. Thanks, Elaine.
And just a little ad, Mary Potter Hospice has got their Strawberry Day at Midland Park, so please come along.
She's here. Thank you. Our next presenter is Sarah Wiedler, who is online. So your turn, Sarah. Thank you.
Hi. Hope you can hear me okay. My concern is actually around the proposals for the parking in Newtown. I live in the middle of Newtown. I live in Green Street, which is just a few streets up from the hospital. And I currently have a residence parking permit, which is brilliant. And I fully support the idea of restricting the parking and reducing it down to the limited time zones. My main concern is the proposal to roll it out in 2 different zones. So at the moment, there's a proposal to roll it out on the west side of Newtown and Berhampore, first of all, and then on the east side. My concern is that that's actually just going to push all of the non-residential and non-shopping traffic over to the east side. So I wondered if it might be more sensible to actually roll it out almost in a kind of, as it radiates out from the hospital and from the main shopping area, so that basically you're pushing traffic, people that want to park the entire day, kind of a bit further out, and then people that are parking around the hospital and particularly Newtown shops and Berhampore shops just there for a brief amount of time if they're not residents. The main reason for this is the street I live on, the majority of the parking on the street is actually non-residential, and the majority of it are people that park there for the entire day. So effectively, if I move my car out anytime between, say, 8 a.m. in the morning, then until probably between 8 a.m. in the morning and 9:30, those parks get taken up, and then those cars don't move again until 5 or 6 in the evening. So I just kind of envision that happening on a grander scale. The other thing is I have absolutely no off-street parking. And again, that's my thing, no one else's problem. But I have a slight concern that the removal of residential parking as a whole in place of be replaced by an exemption permit may not actually facilitate resident parking, particularly in my street. We already have more holders of residence permits than we have spaces. We only have about 4 spaces, and I think we have 10 permit holders. And it's quite useful having those kind of designated residence spaces, because those spaces are clear all the time. You won't have to kind of sit around and wait for someone to clear them. Again, I'm sure you've had this issue raised before by various other people. Just a couple of tweaks. Overall, love the idea of limiting parking and having more designated longer term parking spaces and time limited spaces, but I'm not sure the way it's proposed is going to work brilliantly. My only other concern is the addition to the cycleway on Rintle Street. Love the cycleway going through to the waterfront. I've used it myself, found it absolutely brilliant. The Rintle Street one, I do worry about this amount of space there, purely because it's a bus route and it's a really narrow street anyway. Whether that's how safe that is going to be, purely from view of kids coming up and down, particularly between Swiss and Newtown School and the hospital, etc. But that's really all I have to say.
So thank you, Sarah. Has anyone got any questions? No, it looks like you made your points really well, so thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Who have we got next? Linda Beatson, it's your turn. Thank you.
Kia ora, everybody. I'd like to say that as a cyclist, pedestrian and bus taker, strongly support the plans for the cycling improvements and bus and pedestrian. As someone who rides a bike, and if I'm thinking about sending my teenagers out on the street, if the gaps are what prevents a lot of people from going on, getting on a bike and reducing congestion, because people are saying, well, that would be really great, but there I might feel a bit scared, and feeling a bit scared is not what we get up out of bed to go and have happen every day, and so people avoid it. Like, we all do it. It's like natural sort of behaviour. So anything that can be done to provide safe, continuous paths is the thing that will actually make the real difference. We've seen it so far from Newtown to the city. Like, it was fine when it was like Newtown to the basin. Lots of people were using it. But the massive uptake when that was joined up to something that you could actually go to just shows how it happens. As for like the parking plan, strongly support that. We've got way too many vehicles for the amount of space that they can feasibly fit, even without bike lanes actually, particularly in Newtown where there's the pressure from the hospital. It's a very old area, lots of people don't have off-street parking, but yet you get places where might be 4 people in a flat and for some reason they've all got a car. This is the new parking plan is a really important signal that actually things are changing. We can't keep doing what we're doing. It's not working. It's going to get worse, and this is like, just really giving that signal that the tide has turned, and this is the start of it. Really painful if you're actually caught up in it, but I think that, as the signals given, then when people are moving into Newtown, they're going to go, perhaps I don't need to have a car. I could bike, or I could scoot, or I could pay for parking in a garage that somebody's renting out. But, I'm not going to get into the detail of the parking plan. There's plenty of people doing that, but just the most important thing is that you are sending a signal that things are changing, and the City Council, who's got control over the streets, is taking action. So does anybody have any questions?
Thanks very much for that. I sympathise with you wanting a wider bike park, and of course the more room they have, the better it is, the safer it is. But the problem is that we have very narrow streets. So how would you suggest we can actually have a compromise on these things?
Well, there's a minimum level of service that means it's possible to actually ride a bike, and sometimes what has been provided has been a little bit less than that. Particularly if we're not saving money by not moving curbs and channels and things, then we might well have to put up with things that are a little bit less than optimal, because I personally would rather have the whole network rather than a little bit that was really great and then the rest of it, nothing happening. I don't think necessarily on bike lanes you need to be able to overtake other people. you might have to pop out into the road, just like if you're in a vehicle and you're driving up a really narrow road. Say, I live in Thompson Street, so plenty of people try and overtake going up there, amazingly. But if you're going up Bidwell Street, not even the craziest person in the most hurry is going to try and overtake. If you're in a vehicle, nobody's going to try and overtake you because, clearly you just can't. We can't change our geography, and some of the streets are very narrow, but the thing that needs to go on those streets is parking. We've got space.
We've just got one more question before your time's up. Sarah, did you have a question?
But it's been answered.
Okay.
Thanks, Linda.
Oops.
Terry Collins is our next presenter.
Good morning. I speak to you as a resident of Chatham Street affected by these proposals. My first comment is, why are we building brand new good infrastructure over poor old infrastructure, which is the piping that runs along this route? It regularly leaks. I see it all the time. If you build this cycleway, be prepared for long-going maintenance because the pipes are going to keep breaking. They're going to have to be dug up to be fixed, or if some miracle happens and we get a budget, they have to be dug up to be replaced. So ultimately, you're putting good. Just offends me around sensibilities of putting brand new good infrastructure over rotten old infrastructure. My next point I wish to make is around the bus platforms. You wish to move one of the bus stops up past Brickmar Street in between Luxford Street. If you get two buses there, or even one, no matter what the phasing are, you're going to have all the traffic stopped behind. I cannot think of anything more wasteful than all that CO2 and fuel being used to get no utility, which is the motion. It seems to be a crazy way to have backed up traffic burning fuel. It's not achieving one of your outcomes. Also, those platforms, regardless of what you hear, are not best practice. Best practice is having intersections that have an obtuse angle where the kinetic energy of an impact is deflected. Kinetic energy is at mass times velocity squared. You are creating platforms where a person hops off a bus into moving traffic that is perpendicular to you. Why am I concerned? Because bicycles aren't bikes anymore. They come with a battery pack. They're much heavier. Also, e-scooters, much to our cringe, Waka Kotahi has extended them to allow them to be used, but they're not the same vehicles that they were when they first made that declaration. If you look on the internet, you'll find they weigh 30 kilograms, carry a 125 kilogram rider, and capable of speeds of 100 kilometres per hour. Your platform lanes, instead of going around the bus, because they'll protrude out into the traffic, will only encourage these type of vehicles to travel inside when people are hopping off buses. I think it presents a risk that needs to be managed. Finally, around some of the parking ones, just to have some considerations of it. Your parking policy is that 85% allocation of parking to residents. That leaves 15% without them. They can buy daily passes at $18, but I can get the early bird special at $16 in town. So you're incentivising people who don't get a parking permit to drive into the city if they work there, because it's cheaper to do that than buy the permit or risk taking a fine. So somehow you've got this kind of unintended consequences operating. Also, when I look at the map, and I totally agree with the comments made here, you are putting a cost impost onto the Dawson Street owners, onto the Chatham Street owners, that are not shared by everywhere else around in the area affected because you moved the car parks away from the Wakefield Street. So somehow I feel aggrieved that I have to pay a contribution when others don't. Dupper Street, Royal Street, Stanley Street, all those ones don't have in the plan to have some kind of residential parking. Yet they get a free ride, we get to pay. If somebody could explain that for me, I would be most grateful. I think I've come along with a couple of things. I'd like to offer some solutions. One is there's a golf hole next to the car park at Wakefield Street that could easily be converted into a car park. It could be, we need some other form of parks to be utilised within it. I don't think that you should be charging at the initial stage of this nearly $200 to the residents here, as we're the first in it, and perhaps others will come later, but somehow we're unjustly bearing the initial cost of these proposals when others are getting a free ride. So I think it's inequitable, and I think that needs to be addressed. Finally, I think some of that road design around those raised bus platforms, particularly the alignment that stops all the traffic. The combination of losing 45% of our water and the costs of storing, pumping and treating that, combined with static traffic, that's just burning either electricity or petrol and emitting CO2, and these kind of incentives to use our cars because we can't use a car park, just seem to be foolhardy in regard to trying to meet your CO2 commitments, which seems to be one of the major drivers here. To conclude, I'm not just a resident with some comments. I was 7 years the chairman of the APEC expert group on energy efficiency and conservation. I did all the policy development for the Clean Car Standard. I've consulted internationally on transport policy. I've done the safer solutions road design courses. So I speak to you as a bit of a subject matter expert, not just as an affected resident. And I've left myself 19 seconds for questions.
Any questions in that 15 seconds left? Well, it looks like you nailed it. You had so many points that you got them off across extremely clearly. Thank you very much. Thank you. Our next person is Blair Rutherford.
Okay, my name's Blair Rutherford. I've been a resident in Berhampore and a business owner since 1995. So I've been there a while. I've seen the intersections around the area. I'm right on Rintoul and Luxford. I have a dislike of the intersection. It definitely needs improvement, but it's the way you're going about it at the moment is not the best solution. The type of people that are in Berhampore are lower income mostly. There are middle income and so forth, but it's not a high income area. I didn't look at the process for submissions because it was too complicated for me, and it was one-sided. There was no way on the submission form for me to object to what was happening, but I was pressured to come here by a lot of other residents and try and represent us. We're not well organised, we're not public speakers, and we're not the type of person who comes to this sort of thing. So I will make a complete mess of this, but I'm here trying to do my best. Parking is one of the reasons why I bought the place was it had great parking. Back in 1995, there was plenty of parking. Things have changed, you're right. We've lost 16 car parks within 100 metres of my shop, which has brought in a bit of a crowding situation. A lot of it has been to attempt pedestrian safety, which is fine, that's great, but it hasn't had any effect. The bus service, we've taken 2 bus stops out of Luxford Street to make room for a cycleway. Fantastic to have a cycleway, but a lot of the people in Berhampore can't walk to a bus stop because it's too far. There are a lot of people who just can't make it. It's too far. They've taken away a whole bus route through Rintoul Street, and now we're taking away the bus stops through Luxford Street. One of the reasons for people parking in my area is they travel by car to that area to get on the bus, because the bus service at the moment is one of the better bad ones. The bus services have been cut all over the place, but Berhampore still has a reasonable bus service at the moment. I fear that what we're doing now is we're taking another step backwards to equal other places. So we'll have a worse bus service like other suburbs. Berhampore was voted by, I can't remember who it was, the best suburb to live in New Zealand. I think that what's happening in Berhampore should be duplicated in other suburbs like Seatoon or whatever to make other parts of Wellington as good as Berhampore. I don't know that what you're doing is exactly what we need in Berhampore. I can see all sorts of safety issues with removing the right-hand turn. People don't see the stop sign at this stage, so how are they going to see a little don't turn right sign? There's 2 huge stop signs and a big yellow line and they don't see it. 50% of the people that go through that intersection do not stop at the stop sign. Removing the right-hand turn will not help stop people from turning right. I know it's there to make room, and like someone else just said before, a continuous cycle lane is great, but you've got to continue it. On that corner around Luxford Street there, it stops at the worst possible place. So cyclists are going to be popping out from cycle lanes into traffic. That's the worst possible thing you can do. Nobody has hit a cyclist saying, I lined them up from 50 metres away. They all would say, I didn't see the cyclist popped out from somewhere. So cyclist safety is going to be worse going around that corner because you're not going to see the cyclist until on the intersection. But just some things for you to think of. Any questions?
Yes, thank you. So I appreciate your concerns. I think you're obviously there, you can see it every day. It's only clear about what you want to have happen. Do you think that what the changes are going to make things worse? And if they are worse, would you rather they were fixed or that things didn't go ahead?
I think the time frame that you're using is too fast. You need to sort of study a little bit more. The number of parking spaces you've got and you're saying you've got are incorrect. It says outside my shop I have 3 car parks. And once upon a time I did have 3 car parks outside my shop. But the roads have changed. There aren't 3 car parks there anymore. There hasn't been for the last 10 years. There's only 2. So the numbers you've got are wrong. You need to study a little bit more about what you're doing, get a little bit more response from people who live there and who will be affected by it. Not just me or people who come for submissions, but people who live there, people who are maybe in a wheelchair, you know, or whatever. Talk to the people in the flats, the council flats. What are their opinions? You know, can they walk 50 metres to the nearest bus stop?
And just one more thing. So, and also you say that really some vulnerable people who live in Berhampore.
Yeah.
I mean, as someone from Johnsonville who actually we know our suburb's the best, but you can make your claims. But no, you've got vulnerable people there. Do you think the council's listened properly and got the balance right towards looking after vulnerable people versus going ahead with the cycleways?
No. The people in our area do not want to have to walk another 50 metres. There's a bus stop, a bus route has been removed from outside the council flats and so forth. And they already have to walk. I see them every day walking past. They already have to walk a long distance to get to the bus stop. By taking the bus stops out of Luxford Street, you're increasing that distance. I don't know that is the objective. I mean, you're trying to get people to use the public transport, to use cycles, to use electric bikes and electric cars and all that sort of thing. I'm looking at a hybrid truck, but it's just not achievable at this stage.
Okay. Look, thank you very much for taking the effort and coming out to represent your community. It does make a difference.
I think, Sarah, did you have a question?
Well, it was very quick, but I think I've gathered it. Your business is it the dairy or the laundry?
Or Berhampore Locks. My business will eventually have to close if this goes through.
Yeah, it's the laundromat, the dairy. I'm just trying to position it to the south. Okay.
I've been here since 1995.
Oh, locksmith.
I've been there
Okay.
Since before the laundromat.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Thank you. Emma Osborne, thanks.
Kia ora Council. My name is Emma Osborne. My relationship to the Newtown Berhampore area is I live in Vogeltown, just adjacent to the area that's being described. My daughter goes to Berhampore School. I currently work in town at the University of Otago, Wellington, but as you heard from William Levack earlier, we'll be back in Newtown working from next year. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to the plan for bike, bus and walking improvements and parking management. I want to enthusiastically support this plan. More separated cycle lanes in particular will continue to make it safer for me and my family to get around this area. As a parent who, quite often is doing the dash from school at pick-up o'clock at 3 o'clock to the other side of South Wellington to get to the Kilburnie Rec Centre, the cycle lanes we already have make moving through traffic with a small kid on my bike, well, a medium kid on my bike, a lot safer and a lot more pleasant, and it makes our city feel a lot more connected. So I'm excited to see more cycleways coming. With my kind of research hat on, I was thinking about the parallels between this plan and the Patronoff et al. Study of carrots versus carrots and sticks in two comparable Perth hospitals, one of which did parking management at the same time as active travel improvements, and one of which just did the active travel bit. A 42% reduction in driving with the both carrots and sticks approach versus just a 5% reduction in driving with the carrots only approach. What the council's doing with bundling up parking changes in with active travel improvements and public transport improvements is on the right track, and I heartily support it. Speaking specifically to the plan, some things that stood out were the need for more physical separation, particularly on the Rintoul-Luxford Street intersection. As someone often on a bike, I know that's one of the places where vehicles are often moving at speed and cutting that corner. More physical separation rather than just a light bumper will make that intersection safer. I also want to speak to the need for on Adelaide Road through Berhampore shops. At the moment, there's a great big hole in what's an otherwise brilliant plan. It would be great to see more physical separation for people on bikes going through that very busy section of road. Removing the parking and so that there can be a cycle lane on Adelaide Road coming up past the sports field is amazing. I'm so excited the council is doing this. This is one of the most dangerous intersections, and when we know we've seen that from the Cycle Wellington accident reporting and my own experiences of close passing traffic. I urge the council to consider separation rather than sharrows on Rintoul Street. Sharrows, we know, are not well understood by motorists. They're frustrating for motorists who don't understand that they mean cyclists, please go in the middle of the road. Motorists expect cyclists to be in the middle of the road. They've been shown to be poorly understood and objectively unsafe. We need more separated cycle lanes on both sides. But overall, I really want to support this plan. Thank you for the amazing work you're doing. Any questions?
Thank you very much. Any questions? Sarah.
Thank you, Emma, and I know you're a cyclist from way back. Would you feel safe eventually letting your daughter ride to, say, Swiss on this infrastructure, or would it need to be better?
I would really like it to be better. Separated cycle lanes would be the thing that would make me feel safe about her heading off at the busiest time of the day in the morning. And she's a kid with good bike skills on the road, and I'm comfortable with her riding with me right behind her. But that's a really busy section of road for a young person to be making decisions in traffic. Thank you, Sarah.
That's all right.
And a question from Iona.
Thank you so much for your practical suggestions. I was a bit surprised by the Dean of the Medical School's submission. Is it your view that we shouldn't go ahead until the public transport is sorted, or do you think we need to do both at the same time? Kia ora.
Kia ora, Iona. I think we need to do both at the same time. I mean, reducing the number of people driving will also make the bus service work better if there's less traffic on the road. We know 2/3 of our campus currently take one-third currently take active transport and 1/3 take public transport to work. Transitions are tricky, but for the majority of people at campus, this will make a direct improvement right now to public transport and to active travel. And I really support that. I think we need to pull all the levers we can and not wait for everything to get in a perfect sequence.
Great, thank you very much. And our next presenter is Fleur Rodler and Michael Dombrowski from Fire and Emergency New Zealand, and they're online.
Kia ora. I'll be handing over to Michael. He'll be presenting, basically speaking to the submission that I helped draft alongside him.
Kia ora, thanks for kia ora, everybody. My name is Michael Dombrowski. I'm an assistant commander with Fire and Emergency New Zealand, based out of Wellington. I'm responsible for the operational responses in the South Wellington part of the city, which takes in the Brooklyn, Newtown, Kilburnie, Miramar, sort of the eastern and southern suburbs. I've been in firefighter in Wellington for about 14 years, but in total, in the role where I am for over 30 years in other cities as well. So, and I've worked operationally out of the Newtown fire station, so I know the area regarding the proposal quite well. My feedback addresses the impact of the proposed cycle lane separators and the traffic calming devices on fire and emergency's ability to efficiently and effectively respond to emergencies. The cycle lane separators that are proposed along Rintle Street, Adelaide Road and Luxford Street are likely to prevent cars from pulling to the left to make way for emergency vehicles. Cycle lane barriers with raised sticks prevent cars from pulling to the left, and they hinder fire and emergency's access to hydrants and safe parking. And we're figuring this out sort of by experimentation with the changes that are progressively taking place in the cycle lanes that are going in. We've had some quite significant traffic delay and congestion issues along Adelaide Road for the Newtown firefighters and the Central Fire Station firefighters travelling along that route. What's happening is cars are just unable or unwilling to pull to the left over the, even for short spaces of time over the traffic separators. The Central Fire Station is also experiencing issues with traffic congestion. The tail from the narrowing of the roadways is creating significant delays in response. Also, the removal of the car parks proposed between Wakefield Park and the Berhampore Town Centre concerns us because in that area currently cars are not often parked along the left hand as you're heading south along the left hand way there's probably in non-peak hours 3 or 4 or 5 cars. I drive that route regularly, and that is our main arterial route down into Island Bay, etc. And it is an area where we are able to gain some ground, so to speak, because cars are able to use those vacant car parks to pull into the left. Being unable to park adjacent to the curb, particularly in places like Rintle Street as well, affects our ability to protect exposure fires, which is the house next door catching fire, because those houses along that stretch of road, typical Wellington, 2-3-story houses, very, very close together. And we use aerial appliances, which are like ladder trucks, hydraulic platforms, to access go above those buildings and to be able to stop fire from spreading along the block. Having to park, even 2 meters further away from those buildings creates difficulties and restricts our capabilities in that area. As an alternative method of cycle lane protection, we prefer the installation of the curved humps that you see in various places, particularly where driveways or access ways are. We think that they would allow cars to pull over and as well as enable us to park adjacent to the curb, which would also prevent us from closing the road down every time we stop somewhere at an address. We also, although we do propose public safety, and it's a little bit of a difficult submission to make at times, but we are getting slowed down significantly by the raised pedestrian crossings. And we understand that they are important to slow down traffic. We are concerned about public safety, but often we think there are too many of them in a stretch of road that slows us down too much and also creates a tail of traffic behind us. So that's so those effects, combined with the inability of traffic to move away, does create significant problems and delays for us. So we would love to explore alternative options that would promote cycling and cycle lanes and protect cyclists, but also enable us to get to emergencies in a timely manner, because it's not just a saying, seconds actually count. And we are experiencing significant delays currently with the changes that have occurred so far. Thank you.
Thank you. Tony has got a question for you.
Thank you, Mike. So my questions are two questions. First of all, the delays that you're experiencing, do you think that these delays would also be experienced by Wellington Free Ambulance in terms of them getting through traffic and having to slow down at the raised pedestrian crossings?
Yes, I can tell you that my conversations with Wellington Free, we work closely together. They're experiencing the same problems and delays that we are. And just the other day, actually, I saw an ambulance held up behind a tail of vehicles that had stopped because of an in-lane bus stop. And cars were just not able, travelling in the opposite direction, were just not able to pull over and allow a laneway for the ambulance to get past. So, yeah, my information suggests, yes, it does affect them in a similar way. I think we are more affected because we have bigger vehicles, and we require more space.
Yes, so, and you've made some suggestions to the City Council around the design that would perhaps enable cars to pull over out of your way. Would you hope that further engagement with the City Council would enable those suggestions to be taken on board before this plan goes ahead?
I would hope so, and I have to compliment the City Council to date for the level of consultation, and we have regular meetings. We just haven't seen any fruitful, from our perspective, changes made. So I am hoping that the level of engagement can go beyond just consultation and perhaps find some workable solutions in the future before this goes ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions? No. Hey, thanks very much, Michael. That was great. Much appreciated.
Thank you. I appreciate your time.
And our next presentation, I should say, is from James Fraser.
Kia ora. Hi, my name's James Fraser. I live in Owen Street in Newtown. I'm here to speak in enthusiastic support for the parking scheme and the cycling scheme, but there is a but, and it's a worry of mine, and it's around off-street parking. I'm aware, I just took a walk around my block yesterday just to show you some examples of some existing, and in my view, it's a blight on our streetscape, on our heritage and greenery and trees, etc. Right. This is a couple in Harper Street where they have dropped curbs and they're able to drive their cars in. Sometimes they take up the footpath, and I'm just worried the parking scheme will encourage more of this. And I went to both of your sort of drop-in workshops in the Newtown Market, and I emailed your team to find out what the situation is going to be with off-street, car parking, with the parking scheme, coming up. Excuse me. Permeability is a big issue with extreme weather events on the horizon. I'm not sure if you're aware of SUDS, that is a Sustainable Urban Drainage System, and that is a system that's come out of the UK to combat rapid drainage issues, and making these front gardens impermeable will just add to that problem. So what is to stop more off-street parking with this parking scheme to people to avoid either paying the fee or to ensure a car park. This is a development that's just been finished on Harper Street. There is not a skerrick of greenery or any soft landscaping. That front garden is actually AfroTurf, which is an impermeable membrane. So my question, I mean, I'm here in support of your scheme, but my question is, how do we stop off-street parking? And if not, how can we limit it and insist on permeability, or charge for the same fee for a drop curb as for a residence parking? This is another one on Owen Street, where you can see, just completely, it's just a blight on our heritage, on our streetscape. It doesn't add anything apart from parking for residents. Another one on Owen Street. This is another new development on Owen Street. Again, very little soft landscaping, drainage, situation where water, in an extreme weather event will just overwhelm the drainage system. This one is a particularly bad one. This is a new development on Owen Street where you can see they have developed the rear of their garden into another house. They built another house and have put a driveway and a garage included in that new development with a concrete driveway which just is completely paved that whole, probably half of that section. So the runoff on that particular driveway will be phenomenal, and it will add, to the potential overwhelming of our drainage system. During my time in London, the North Circular, I don't know if you're aware, the North Circular was periodically blocked because of off-street parking had created such a runoff that the stormwater, every time there was a thunderstorm, the stormwater would overwhelm the drainage system and cause floodings. So I have a question. I have questions for you. How can we either limit this, or stop people avoiding the payment by having off-street parking, and insist on permeability? And can we, for example, charge for a drop curb instead of a residence parking? So those are my questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Ray, do you have a question?
Thank you very much for your presentation. On your first photo, you showed a four-wheel drive that was parked halfway across the footpath. That's, as you probably know, that's actually illegal and can be fined for that. This one here.
Yeah, that's, that is like that, constantly.
Okay.
So that's what we have to do. That's what we deal with in Harper Street every day. Yeah. There are two like that. Both of those examples in Harper Street park their vehicles on the pavement like that.
Yeah, James, okay. So for these concrete paths, the impermeable paths, do you think we can resolve this by insisting on putting those block driveways in so that they've got the grass in between them so that the water can actually go into the ground?
Yeah, anything like that. Yeah, any permeability is necessary, not just, an optional extra. It's necessary because extreme weather is heading our way. We're going to get massive, amount of rain events. So our drainage in our gardens is a huge part of, and trees, acting as sumps. So greenery gardens first, and then permeable membrane if you have to have paving. Yeah.
Great. Thank you very much.
James, I've got a question for you. Do you think that, given that council is taking away curbside parking and effectively obliging people to provide their own car parking, which, as you've described, is both aesthetically and environmentally unfortunate, do you think the council should be taking steps to actually provide more off-street car parking on its own, effectively buying land and erecting suburban car parking type facilities for people as an alternative?
I mean, I'd probably recommend doing anything to discourage car parking. I had a walk around the hospital the other day. To be honest, I was shocked at how much land is taken for car parking. The lovely new children's hospital, like a huge part of it is a car park, and it leaves a lot to be desired because, we have too many car parks, to be honest.
It's a bit difficult for sick people to get to the hospital otherwise. Okay, thanks very much. The next speaker we have is Emon Mara. Thank you.
Kia ora, councillors. This is my first time making an oral submission, but I've made quite a few written ones in the past, and part of that is I'm kind of celebrating. It's been 5 years since my first written submission, which was on the cycleway. Basically, it was on a cycleway that went from Island Bay through to the Basin Reserve, through Berempore, through Newtown, and in this you gave a whole lot of options. You asked us how important we thought it was, and I think it was about 75% said it was important or very important. You gave us some options of what to do, and we said option C, which was kind of the most ambitious one. And and then so at the time I was living in Newtown. I'd been living there for about 4 years and had been cycling for that time, and it felt quite unsafe on those roads, but I love cycling. It's a big part of my day. I love cycling in Wellington, and part of that is because of the hills and the wind and things. It makes me feel connected to the place I live in. So the cycleway, it's not necessarily for me. I'm going to keep cycling whenever. But when I moved to Berempore about 3 months after that, I talked with my flatmates and it's really exciting. There's going to be a cycleway put in here. Some of them didn't feel safe to cycle. Since then I've had friends, partners who also don't feel safe to cycle. And I was telling them the whole time, the council's going to do something about this. There's a plan. They asked us, we said yes. They asked us what we wanted, we told them. And sorry for assuming that meant that something was going to happen there. But basically, it's been 5 years since we made that submission. And since then, last year I did another submission about how safe I feel in the area, and now doing another submission. And last weekend I moved out of Berempore. I lived there for 4.5 years, which is the longest I've ever lived in any suburb, and I was consulting on the cycleway the whole time. So I just really want it to be known that there has been consultation, and every time you ask for it, generally people say it's really important. I know that the details are never agreed upon. There's no perfect plan, but the one thing that kind of is generally widely agreed upon is that something needs to happen. The only thing that has happened in that time was there was a sign put at the bottom of my street saying slow zone, which did nothing. I don't think it changed the speed of traffic on that area. In the 9 years I've been cycling in the area, though, I've seen a huge uptick in people cycling with their kids on the back of their bikes. That's been really cool to see. It makes me feel connected to my community, to chat at them at the lights, of sharing the bike lanes that have opened up with them. It clearly makes them feel safer to do that. I haven't seen an uptick in kids cycling themselves. I haven't seen the people who don't feel safe cycling, like my friends. None of them have really gotten into it because there are still those gaps. And one of the things that I've noticed is the options that you've given us this time are far less ambitious than the options you gave us 5 years ago. There are huge sections which have no protections on them. And I think that's going to be great for me because I like cycling, and I like cycling in lanes which are safer, and I'm going to keep doing it, and it's going to make it better for me. I don't know if it's going to be enough for my friends that don't feel safe cycling. I don't know if it's going to be enough for the kids that don't feel safe cycling. But yeah, basically, the main point I want to say is that something needs to happen quickly. I'm not an expert on cycle lane design. I know there's a whole lot of other people you have to listen to, but I don't think it's acceptable that you've just kept coming back to the community for 5 years. I've also seen people comment online that they started submitting in 2014 about this. You keep asking, we keep saying yes, generally. The more you ask, the more divisive it gets. So yeah, that's basically what I've come here to say.
Thank you. Any questions? Tony's got a question for you.
Thank you. I'm just a little bit confused. Are you saying that it should go ahead even though it's not good enough to have more people cycling?
I think it should go ahead. One thing, something needs to happen. Another thing, the scaling back of the ambition that you've done and leaving these stretches unopen isn't necessarily going to get new people cycling. It's going to make it better for me, but it's not necessarily going to be. It will get more people cycling, but it's not necessarily going to be enough to make everyone feel safe. Something needs to happen. Some safety things need to happen. I'm not an expert on what those are. I just have a feeling that this isn't quite enough, but please do something.
Okay.
Great. Okay. Ray, did you have a question?
Thanks very much, Eamon. I guess the problem is that we're always trying to reach a compromise, and that's why we do consulting, so that we can try and get as many people satisfied with the solution as possible. So do you think that having a dedicated cycleways everywhere is actually the solution, or is it just in one particular area that you'd want to see them, like from Island Bay through Berrenport through into the CBD?
I think connected cycleways, so people can stay on a cycleway for the whole time, is basically what is needed to make people feel safe cycling. That's what I've been told from friends and things like that. We do have to reach a compromise, but one thing that seems to be widely agreed upon is something needs to happen, and I feel like by delaying it over and over again, you haven't listened to most of the people who say that something does need to happen.
Great. Can I ask what area you're living in now?
I've moved to Island Bay, so I will keep using that cycleway.
Yeah.
But I'm on a 1-year lease at the moment, so it's entirely possible that I won't get to use the cycleway because I don't necessarily have faith that it will happen in the next year.
Great, thanks very much.
Thank you.
That's excellent, thank you. And our next presenter is Ken Allen.
Oh, kia ora koutou. How's the volume? Yep, good. I've come to talk about Wakefield Park. Disclosure of interest or non-interest, I'm not a cyclist in any way. I'm a pedestrian. I drive, I just choose not to bike. I don't have a bike, and I probably wouldn't enjoy it if I did have a bike. But my angle here is, I just want to speak about the importance of when you make a decision around the competing road uses of that stretch of road alongside Wakefield Park, whether it's parking or cycleways, is the angle around the use of that park by volunteers, especially in sport, and the importance of really considering the need to keep volunteering alive for people who come to the park to do so. So when you make that decision about access, I think it's important to see what impacts it may have on the ability of volunteers to do their stuff for sport, which generally takes place on Wakefield Park. I'll just run through the types of volunteers that you do get on the park on any given Saturday, Sunday, and even at night during the week. There's a parent volunteer, you're a coach, there might be a referee for their sins, there'll be someone bringing the kit, there'll be someone bringing all the kids, there'll be lots of other supporters. In addition to that, there are club administrators who run the club rooms at Olympic and Island Bay, summer and winter. They're volunteers too, so they run the bar, they cook food, they have meetings. They also see themselves as custodians for the facility, so they're not just users, they care about the facility. So all those people need to be looked after and make sure that they can have access to the park in the right way. And it may not be parking their car, it might be just walking or getting a bus, but I think, so I'm not advocating for more cycleways or less cycleways or no cycleways or anything like that. It's about the people who use it. They need to be thought about as volunteers. I think, and the danger in sport, well, especially in any volunteering, but certainly in sport, is if you make it hard for people, they don't have much reason not to do it. So if you're not going to get the volunteers turning up to run the sports and do the stuff on the field that they like to do, then there is potentially risk for people just to say, oh, we just won't do it. The kids don't come because they need the adults to be there. They go off and do other things elsewhere. And I think the council, this is a big, expensive facility. I was involved way back when it was built, just on the side, and it costs a lot of money. You want it to be used, don't you? You want it to be used by people who pay fees. I suggest the sports bodies themselves, the organisers, the capital footballers of this world will have maybe some input into this. If they haven't, then they should be. But they're able to speak to that sort of aspect around use of the facility a bit better themselves. So there's that. I'm also just mentioning the use of the buildings comes into play because they're not just sports facilities. I think they're community hubs for, especially the Island Bay one, it's used for other things than just the sports clubs who own them. They're big rooms, they're focus points for other parts of the community perhaps, needs to be brought into consideration too. And so I'm just asking you as councillors, decision makers, to how will these proposed changes impact the ability of volunteers to do their thing at Wakefield Park? What can you do to ensure they're able to do those things? And finally, last but not least, I think there's also a lot of unquantifiable benefit from just people being together on a big facility like that. The conversations you have, the connections you build with people who you may not know, but you get to know. You think, the next time you say, oh, how are your kids? How's your job going? What are you doing? Where are you living these days? Da-da-da-da-da. So that's the sort of final consideration I would ask you to think about when you do make your decisions. So, no, I don't know how much time I've got. 46 seconds. There you go.
Thank you. Has anyone got any
questions?
questions? Ben, sorry.
Cool, thank you. And I really like the way you presented and you just focus on the issue. So what exactly do you want, one or two things again, to be improved in that around that area?
Look, it's a good question. I don't know the answer. I'm just asking you to take that view of the volunteer effect, or the effects on volunteering, into consideration. So you're the decision makers, and I'm not. So I'm just asking you to take a wider view.
Great, thank you very much. Our next presenter, thank you, is Catherine McCluskey.
Kia ora. My name is Catherine McCluskey and I live in Roy Street in Newtown. I would like to talk specifically about the parking scheme in Newtown, with emphasis on a number of points around the zoo end of Newtown. I don't necessarily oppose or support the scheme. I just feel the current scheme on the table has too many faults and is not appropriate in the area for the following reasons. Lack of disability parks near the zoo for residents. Increase this to another 2 parks in the immediate vicinity. Allocation of parking passes is unfair. 50 passes for everybody. It is unfair to those with off-street parking to only have 25 passes, as they're already number 6 down on a priority list to getting a parking permit to start with. I didn't realise that I had less friends than my neighbours. A level playing field for all. People with electric cars having a higher priority to those without? This is tantamount to giving parking permits to the rich. And in such a mixed socio-economic neighbourhood, I find this reprehensible and unfeeling. Cost, $195 a year? Our duty as citizens and members of a community is to help those in need, but it seems to be continually ignored when it comes to the cost. Gold card and community card services reductions on parking permits is imperative. People are already squeezed beyond endurance by the rates increases, and now you have added another cost. In the plan, it says that this is only the start. Will it go up even more? It sounds like another revenue-making stream for Wellington City Council without looking at the human cost. Could you please find someone else to punish? I would like to add on a personal note here regarding cost, because I don't think many of you truly understand what it is to struggle. I was a solo mother, and for a lot of the time when my son grew up, I lived off between 12 and 15,000 a year. It wasn't until I got to my mid-40s that I achieved 50,000, and in the last 20 years, it's never gone above that. Being single, I have never experienced two incomes coming into a household to pay for things. The cost of living statistically is much higher for a single person, especially over a lifetime. The world is not just made of couples with two incomes. I also had to look at the Newtown residents' submission, and rather than rewrite what they have said so clearly, I will pick up on a couple of points that they made. To quote, applying for visitors' permits, the process for doing this the day before is cumbersome, and having to know the visitor's license plate number is an added difficulty. In fact, the whole process is particularly difficult for people who have trouble operating online. And secondly, the process also is very limiting on spontaneous or short visits. Retaining the ability to use physical permits for visitors would help with this. I would like to add to that, applying for visitors' passes a day in advance does not take into account the emergency needs for a tradesperson or similar to visit, plumbers, etc., for when your drains burst. Also, the number plate system and doing everything online is especially difficult for people with dyscalculia and dyslexia, myself. And I thought the council was aiming for inclusivity in its policies. Parking limit. Parking limit for people without a permit is too short. It needs to be 180 minutes, especially around the zoo. Having been a frequent visitor, it takes at least 2 hours to go around. That leaves no time for people to support the zoo shop or other businesses nearby, such as cafes, and they need supported. How much is the whole scheme going to cost? Isn't the Wellington City Council meant to be saving money? Action points. Cost, $195 a year for a permit is too much. Graded depending on income or alternatively gold card community services cars. Increase in disability spaces, increase parking limit to 180 minutes without a permit. Everyone gets an equal allocation of day parking permits for visitors, regardless of whether they have off-street parking, making these visitors' passes physical to put on a windscreen, not online. Do not give higher priority for people with electric cars. Make a level playing field for all. To finish, I would just like to say that there wouldn't be a need for any of this if we went back to marking original car spaces on the road, and then people's parking might improve, thus more car spaces. Thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you. Ray's got a question for you.
Sorry, you were talking about electric cars having priority over non-electric cars. Is that at charging stations or is that actually at a park?
That's to actually get a parking permit. It has there's a priority list. I think because I have an off-street park, I'm number 6 down on that list, so probably quite unlikely to get a parking permit if I needed one. But the electric cars are up there right at the top before petrol cars. Many older people in the community still have a petrol car. It doesn't say anything about hybrids, which a lot of older people are getting just to make them feel safe. And I know an older couple in the area, again, who have a hybrid. They're not going to be buying another car. And to give priority to electric cars, which are predominantly owned by wealthy, I won't be able to afford one for at least another 10 years.
Thank you for that. I wasn't aware of that. Would you like to flick me an email and I'll follow this up?
Okay.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Great, thanks very much, Catherine. As our last person hasn't showed up, we will now adjourn for lunch and we come back again at 1:15. Thanks. Just before we resume, to adjourn the meeting at 3:30, so that we actually are carrying the meeting on for tomorrow as well. So, which for some reason requires a resolution. So the motion is that the Environment and Infrastructure Committee extends the meeting beyond 6 hours in accordance with Standing Order 11.7 and adjourns the meeting until 9:30 tomorrow morning. So we're just passing that. It's just a formality thing now. So is everybody okay? So if you could just vote. Oh, sorry, and Nariddin is happy to be the seconder. As I say, it's just a formality. We're not going home now until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. And now we have Helen Grove, who is going to give us a presentation. Thank you, Helen.
Kia ora koutou. The proposed parking scheme for the Newtown region has good intentions aligned with our values as a city to promote environmentally friendly transport. Yet given the current state of our public transport system and the lack of available parking for hospital staff, this proposal will not improve the situation for any involved parties, including Newtown residents, hospital staff and other Newtown visitors. Currently, a large portion of the street parking spaces are being used by hospital staff, primarily healthcare workers who have salaries on the lower end around $50,000 per annum. This is caused by a lack of affordable hospital staff parking and there being uncertainty regarding public transport or none available for shift workers. If this proposal were to be enacted as of right now, it would result in three main issues. Firstly, a huge group of underpaid healthcare workers will have to spend a large portion of their incomes to pay solely for fuel and parking, an hour's pay each day. Secondly, staff may result to still utilise the street parking but opt to move the parks every 2 hours. This will result in hospital staff, many in extremely stressful jobs, having to use the entirety of their breaks, not to rest, but to instead move their car down the street. And thirdly, given that there is a lack of affordable parking spots available for staff at the hospital, many will not receive a park. It will result in these workers having to use public transport. I and my fellow hospital workers are extremely supportive of public transport. The primary issue is that it is a fact that the public transport system right now is inadequate. There are far too many cancellations and buses running late for it to be a realistic idea that healthcare workers who hold life-saving positions to be relying on public transport that is not durable enough for the needs of nurses, lab workers and other staff. The proposal has the right intentions, but we firmly believe that the Council should not finalise and proceed with these plans until there is sufficient hospital staff parking and public transport. There are plans in place for these to go through, but there is too much risk of damage to healthcare workers to finalise this plan without first guaranteeing there being a physical example of a strong public transport system and affordable hospital parking. The proposal will also negatively impact the Newtown residents. Firstly, if the actual issue of hospital staff utilising these parks is not addressed, then nothing will change. Secondly, this proposal suggests that Newtown residents should purchase a residence permit so they can use the residence parking option. Residence permits start at $51 per 3 months. Newtown is one of our city's lowest socioeconomic suburbs, and it is not fair to be forcing resident families into paying an additional expense for street parking, which is not affordable for all. The Council must consider the fact that this suburb does have a very large portion of our council low-income and temporary housing, and it is not morally right to ask people in these positions and other low-income positions to pay for street parking. The proposal outlines the amount of residence permits to be issued as equivalent to 85% of the parks available, meaning that not all residents were guaranteed a spot. The Council will use a criteria to determine who will receive a residence permit, and as a feature of this criteria has determined there will only be 2 cars per dwelling. This does not factor in the number of student and other flatters in the areas, or big families. We sent out a petition to Newtown residents and hospital staff in the area, and we have received well over 400 signatures in just over a week, representing residents and staff who both agree this proposed system will not be effective unless greater issues are solved, and that this system would be morally and ethically wrong to impose on some of our most vulnerable groups. This weekend, I spoke with a Wellingtonian who has been battling lymphoma cancer for the past 3 years. He asked me to convey to you that the most stressful part of this entire experience for he and his wife is finding parking for their hospital visits, as public transport is not an option. This proposal does not address the needs of patient and their support whānau for visits longer than 2 hours. This plan should not be finalised until there is sufficient affordable staff parking at Wellington Hospital and public transport is reliable and affordable. If this plan is enacted before these are guarantees, it will improve nothing for residents and day visitors and will instead be more damaging to poorly paid hospital staff and lower income Newtown residents. Ngā mihi.
Thank you. Questions? Does anyone have any written?
Cool. Thank you so much for your hard work and submission, also doing the petition. My question to you is, let's say the if question. I'm going to ask you if this goes through, do you think looking at the 195 per year payment, looking at how we can make it exception for community card holders and going to help? Is that something that you would like to see?
I would hope so, but I think the hospital parking needs to be addressed to even release that parking for residents. But yes, that would definitely be valid.
Sorry, Ben, I think you're next, and then Iona, and then Sarah.
Thanks very much for coming in today. Just Metlink saying reliability in the bus network now is up into about 99% over the last few months. But the caveat to that, of course, is that they haven't reinstated all the routes that used to be in play before the bus catastrophe. So are there some specific public transport networks that are really high, routes or that are highly valued by the nurses that we could try and push Metlink on a bit more reliability or serviceability?
I would have to survey the people using it. I myself work in the hospital lab, and I can say daily the conversation is what people have experienced attempting to come to work. And most of us working shifts do not have the option of public transport anyway. We are forced to use private transport. And as we know, fuel costs are excessive now as well.
Iona.
Thanks for coming in. I'm just wondering, do you have a view on alternative accessible means to get to hospital? So, for example, there was the total mobility card, further subsidies, transport links for people who do need to bring their whānau into hospital appointments, because there seems to be still a very strong reliance on fossil fuels and also waiting until things get fixed.
Right.
Thank you.
I'm just sorry that pretty much that is a necessity for people who are receiving healthcare and for staff providing it.
Sarah?
Thank you for your submission. When we met with some of the hospital people, they talked about travel plans, and they talked about a scheme whereby people could sort of carpool and they'd get preferential access to some of the hospital parking. Mm-hmm. They also talked at some point of maybe a hospital parking building.
Right, well that's what we're asking for. I have not heard of anyone consulting with those of us who actually use street parking. And yeah, absolutely, I would like there to be a responsibility there for parking provided, because as I say, when your salary is around the $50,000 mark, paying for parking is considerable.
Well, thank you for giving us your direct feedback on that.
Thank you very
appreciated.
much.
Sorry, Helen, I've got a question. Chair's privilege, last one.
Yeah.
So if you're building a car park building, just so you know the numbers, it's approximately $50,000 per car park. And it does seem that one of the solutions which you're advocating is that there should be more off-street car parking provided, which basically means vertical, which means $50,000 per car.
Yeah.
And yet you don't want to charge people for curbside parking. So we've got this dilemma of you want something that's going to cost a lot of money, but you don't want us to actually get any revenue from curbside parking. So do you have a solution? Who's going to...
It's not curbside parking, the commons.
Everyone should pay for curbside parking, surely. Isn't that the way we have to do this? We charge people for the curbside...
In the suburbs, for the common land in our suburbs?
The council owns the land. I mean, the trouble is you've come to us and you've said, I want to pay less for something, but I want a better quality of service. And I'm looking at that and going,
With our survey, it was interesting seeing the public's response, because I saw that from submissions that council was saying that residents were unhappy with us and so forth. But there are a lot of residents who are actually concerned for our safety and left comments saying that transport for us healthcare workers should be a public good. and should be financed. Now, I'm not sure whose responsibility that is. I would think the hospital, but I have not seen anyone address it yet. And I'm saying that until that is addressed, I'm asking council not to change the parking as it is.
Yeah,
because,
gotcha.
and also with your public transport, when it starts becoming more robust and succeeding, more residents will be leaving their cars at home. So where will we park?
Yeah, no, okay, no, that's a really good point. So thank you very much for that
Thank you.
presentation. It was
Appreciate
great, thank you. Francis Montier.
Kia ora koutou. Mai mihi to you, Helen, and my mihi to you, the council. I'm Francie. I am Pākehā from Christchurch, but live and love Newtown and don't really do these submissions, use what pockets of time I have for climate activism, but I wanted to come on both to give my support and thanks for this change that has been made. I'm the parent of 2 little kids, a 6-year-old and a 3-year-old, and we don't have a private car, so we travelled by bus when they were little, and now that they're old enough to go on e-bikes, we travel everywhere by e-bike, and I'm wildly grateful that these sort of safety changes are happening right now when we are biking up and down Adelaide Road to Newtown School, in and out of the city, where renters in Newtown, it's much safer. I can see there's extensive use by many other people with bikes, e-bikes, cargo bikes. And I also wanted to come, I hope, and sorry I haven't sat through the other submissions, but I hope you are listening to disabled members of Newtown who still currently rely on cars for inclusion in society. I've been a climate justice activist for 19 years, and a big part of that hope is that we improve our daily lives during this struggle, these massive, sometimes incredibly difficult changes that we need to be making, we must make. But the dream is that it makes people's daily lives better. So this morning I was at the petition launch for free fares. We're calling on this incoming government to keep those public transport discounts, and we appreciate the support from Wellington City Council. Part of the work there would seem to be that advocacy up to central government for better funding for public transport. I live on Hiropi Street, so I see a lot of hospital workers who do absolutely rely on parking around Newtown. There's no fees on Hiropi Street. So I'm like, oh, I'm glad I'm giving you my car park, and I want to tautoko. I wanted to come also because I think that is a crucial question for how to make this a just transition, is for those healthcare workers who we know is an incredibly stretched workforce, we know is underpaid in high costs, we know have to commute from far away because the city is very expensive to live in. And you guys are the city council, so I hope that there's some power there over the hospital, who are the employer, the hospital who requires people to work and finish shifts at 2 a.m. and so on, where there isn't public transport. One idea that we had hearing you on the $50,000 per car park was that the shuttles must be sitting there overnight. Perhaps free transport could be provided home for hospital staff. That would be safer than walking to Hiropi Street in the dark and then getting driven home. I'd love to see free public transport for all hospital workers, and then a free shuttle for them to return at home at night. I love this, that transport for healthcare workers is a public good. We all rely deeply on that public health, that public workforce, and don't want to see them under any more stress or stretch. I read Jacob Blumenfeld, who's a climate philosopher, who said that in this society, the vast majority of us have almost no control over our daily emissions. So we need these structural changes. I am grateful to the work that you're doing to make it possible that you can come to work, you can get to the hospital and so on, using less emissions, because putting it onto private choice isn't fair, it isn't real unless those other systems are in place. Including public transport, including imagine free public transport for all hospital workers, whether that's provided through their employer or through the council, including free shuttles home. We are living in incredibly challenging times. We're in the hottest year in 125,000 years. This is going to be the work of our lifetimes. And so how we make sure that we make these just transitions, and how these structural transitions, and to hold on to that dream that people's daily lives can be made better. Again, I thank you for the work you're doing. Kia ora.
Thank you. I've got a question for you from Iona Pannett.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Francie. That was a great submission. I'm just curious, we often get arguments that we have to keep providing carbon intensive forms of transport for those on low incomes, because obviously there's a massive equity issue. I'm just wondering if you could just respond in a bit more detail about how we need to manage that issue so that we do get the just outcome, but we cut our emissions, which need to be done now. Kia ora.
Cool. So the dream that I hold is that we have one day universal free public transport, that it's incredibly well connected to active public transport, whether that's biking, walking, scootering, local versions, that all total mobility card holders have free access to total mobility services, and that includes public transport. And then if there's still some car usage, whether that's through, like TMC holders sometimes are accessing a sort of collective pool of cars. That kind of blew my mind that, so if you were a parent with 3 little kids, perhaps during those years, you'd access that collective pool of cars but don't need a private car. I've recently read Henrietta Bollinger's book and they're arguing for that kind of ability to be included in society as it is now for some requires a car. So I haven't got all the answers, but there's a dream there about a mass and universal provision that we consider transport a public good, that we consider every single way that we can make the trips possible through low emission pathways. We're collectively providing that.
Great, thank you very much. That's all we have time for this afternoon, but thank you very much for that very passionate presentation. And our next presenter is Suzanne Miller.
Kia ora, and notably thank you to the submissions before and to the Council for giving us the opportunity to speak today. I come to you today as a property owner in Newtown, as a registered health professional, and recently actually as a patient. I've worked at Wellington Hospital for more than 30 years, so I've also experienced, should I say, the changes in the area in terms of accessibility to parking. I acknowledge that today the proposal comes with the right intentions, but personally and just from a colleague point of view, I think there's too much at risk in the current situation in terms of the healthcare system. So this is not only for the workforce, this is for the patients, and it's also because Wellington Hospital is a major educational facility. As my previous presenters have said, is that most of us don't earn very much money. And so I myself have paid to park on the street because I was unable to access a car park again after having to take time off work for cancer treatment. Now, I'm just saying, you yourself acknowledged one of your colleagues who was having extensive treatment, I think you said for a lymphoma. Well, you talk about using public transport. I tried to do that when I was having treatment, because it's one thing to be at the hospital providing a service. It's another thing to be the patient trying to access services using what is proposed to be the way forward. Now, it's not okay to catch public transport when you're unwell, particularly when you're having cancer treatment, because all of your immune system is greatly suppressed. That's for a start. You can hardly walk. You can hardly get up and down the bus steps. Your proposal puts the system under even more strain, and if you're having to pay, like currently it's $18 a day for coupon parking, you do that 5 days a week, that in a year, round figures, is sort of $4,500, $5,000 out of your salary, which you're actually effectively doing as a community service to be able to continue to provide healthcare to our population. So my proposal is that the council actually embraces the fact that Wellington Hospital provides a community service. It is a huge educational facility. There is not enough parking in the area, both for residents and for the healthcare workers, even now. So with this proposal, what's going to happen is it's actually just going to stress that system even further. Most healthcare workers are not in it for the money, so we'll pay the parking. We'll catch the public transport if we can, but I'm just saying even catching public transport, as our other colleagues have pointed out, it's just not feasible, that's not reliable. And have you ever tried to catch public transport after a stressful shift and then the bus doesn't arrive and all those things that go with it? And the other thing is, I live out at Makara, I have ridden my bike into the hospital and then done the thing of riding home. And you know, it's just unsafe because after being at work, when you're supposed to be at work for 8 hours but you've done 12, you're actually not even in a safe state to be trying to do that. And that's what the situation is for a lot of our workers. So I think that what I think is, as the other speakers have said, is that we need to be looking at affordable public transport, maybe that runs 24/7, but that'll be like the hospital staff where they're having to do shift work, safe shuttle service for staff if you're not going to be able to provide the parking, and just think about a social good. I guess the council is, to me, the responsibility is to embrace the community and support it with its growth. And that includes the fact that the hospital is providing not only education, but it's also providing health care. And within that is both students and patients and healthcare workers that need to be looked after in that process. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Suzanne. We've got a question from Councillor Pannett.
Yes.
Thank you very much for your considered submission, and I'm sorry to hear that you've been unwell. This is an area I have deep personal experience in. I'm a cancer widow. So I just wonder if, you know, that you see that in trying to get people well, which you're deeply committed to, that we're trying to create a system which is healthy, and so there are options so that we can get people to where they need to get to sustainably, like you've been talking about, because we keep getting this pushback that sick people need private transport when there are taxis and there are shuttles.
But have you ever tried to use that sort of system when you are acutely unwell? Because I just have to say, I have, and it is terrible, let's put it that way. And, you know, when you are acutely unwell, the last thing you need is yet another hurdle and another stress when you're actually trying to get to the hospital. And I'm talking about this from a patient point of view, but I'm past that now. I'm back in the healthcare shoe. And now I know, you know, in the healthcare shoe, that is just another stress in terms of getting to work, whether you even want to work in Newtown anymore because of the stresses that come in just trying to find a place to put your car so you can get to work and get home again safely. And I'm telling you now, I've been paying the price since I had my treatment for roadside parking because that's just what I've done. You know, and I guess it's on the table now, but a lot of us will just keep sucking that up and making that sacrifice so that we're still at work and we're still providing care to people that we care about.
Hey, thank you very much. That was a very heartfelt presentation. Thank you. Our next slot goes to Miriam Moore and Gabriella Jimenez.
You can also come and sit down at the table if that's easier. Yeah.
Kia ora, thank you. I'm Miriam, and with me I have Gabriella, and we're here representing our Pōneke branch of Women in Urbanism, Aotearoa. A fact that always startles us is that approximately 80% of our public spaces are roads. 80% of spaces supposedly given to us to share and use equally are largely dedicated to prioritising vehicular movement and storage. And while the role of cars and other large vehicles are no doubt vital in our movement patterns, with the growing populations and urban intensification that we're experiencing, it's really increasingly important that we look at how we are sharing this road space and ensure it meets the changing needs of our population. You're probably well aware by this point of our organisation's stance on cycle and pedestrian improvements. So we'll spare you that elevator pitch, but remind you that it comes down to transport disadvantage, transport equity, and making brave decisions to implement the changes needed for a low-carbon future. Today, we're really excited about the parking changes proposed. The parking strategies play a really key role in our efforts to reduce car dominance in our centres and improve both the urban quality and efficiency. It is no doubt a one-size-fits-all solution, and we've heard some really valuable submissions earlier about where those tweaks might need to be made. But we think it's a really important step in being realistic about making road space reallocations in some of our most contested public spaces. Let me remind you of the 80% fact that I just shared earlier. In a time with smaller population and less contesting of parking spaces, we weren't really required to think about how these spaces were shared. And it might seem quite reasonable that living in a house or working somewhere meant that public space outside was yours, but it's not. And personally, I find a really helpful anecdote on sharing is being the second of two siblings. I was born into a household where I had to share my toys from the get-go. Likewise, I moved into a development with no on-street parking, and I've never believed it was mine to be taken from me. So that's quite helpful. But and I'm not a parent, but I know enough and to know how hard it is to have the conversation of learning to share those things that you once thought was yours. And the same applies to utilising our public spaces for private vehicle storage. There will be some people whose housing and work situations don't work for this on the surface, but this wider strategy is a really important step to being realistic about implementing a more equitable sharing system of our public spaces, bearing in mind those tweaks and things that might need to be made for those people that are in more vulnerable situations. So whether they be used for the movement of cars, cycles, feet, or vehicle storage, strategies like these help us tackle locally what will be a citywide issue when the district plan increases pressure on our roads to facilitate safe and equitable transport movement whilst continuing to provide a reasonable level of private vehicle storage on the road. So opposing systematic change because it doesn't work for a few points more to the need to improve our wider transport network systems than sticking to the status quo. Baby steps might not yet be perfect, but we have to make them so that the wider systems can work. Women in Urbanism support this step and are interested to follow its implementation and learn what works and what might need tweaking. And it's important to add, we think that a monitoring and policing will be really critical to the success of the program. And before you know it, all the firstborn siblings will have forgotten what it's like before the sharing rules were in place. And let's be honest, there'll always be a few only children that don't learn. But lastly, on the cycleways, the work Wellington City Council is doing, it's providing genuine transport choice to allow people to cycle, and it's incredible. So a huge mihi to Claire and the team, who we genuinely believe are some of the best in the country, if not the world, at doing these changes. So we come armed with a handout of our Wheels and Whims zine, sharing stories of Wahine's journey through on two wheels in Pōneke. And last night I was approached by someone who told me that after reading it, their flatmate went in their garage, got out their bike, which had been hiding away for years, inspired to get back on the road and join the congestion-free movement. So by providing these safe, connected routes, you help groups like ours normalise cycling through advocacy and allow everyday residents to see themselves travelling by modes that they never thought were designed for their bodies, their families, or their lifestyles. I myself couldn't ride a bike 6 years ago, and look at me now, absolutely insufferable at these meetings. So thank you. We'll leave you with a few copies, and we've featured a special exclusive insert for you to take with you into your debate, and it's an acrostic poem outlining our final thoughts on the latest proposal. Biking usually is lovely. Designing transport here equitably takes heroism. Act now. Gracias. Which spells build the thing. So thank you very much for your time. And take a question if you'd like.
Just a quick question about the design of the cycleway. Mm-hmm. There's a few points where it is a shared space, when there's physical protection from vehicles. Did you have any thoughts around the accessibility of cycle lanes for pedestrians or cyclists?
Well, I always think in terms of the cycle lane aspect, protection is key, especially wider to consider faster moving cycles, especially on the hills, and trikes for stability and accessibility. Haven't looked so closely into the details on this one, but listen to those voices from the accessibility community, probably most important in that regard. Kia ora, thank you.
Our next presentation is online, and that's from Sam Kano. Thanks, Sam. Your turn.
Hello. Hi. I'm hoping everyone can hear me. My name is Sam Kano, and I live in Berhampore with my wife and 8-year-old daughter. I work in Te Aro near Courtney Place. Before the installation of the bike lanes on Adelaide Road and Kent Terrace, I didn't feel safe enough to ride a bicycle to work. I didn't really ride around Wellington at all, actually. And since the addition of these bike lanes, I now feel safe enough to commute by bike routinely. Cycling to work has improved my physical and mental health, and it's given me enough time in the morning to eat breakfast with my daughter. And she even said to me the other day, Daddy, you're not so rushed in the morning anymore, which is really nice. And I'm looking forward to this Rintoul Street bike lane, so that way when I'm huffing and puffing up that hill, I'm not slowing down traffic too much, and I'm sure everyone will appreciate that. There's a few things that I noticed that could be looked into. I often sit at the traffic light at the intersection of Ridderford and Rintoul through multiple light cycles. I'm not sure if that light runs on a sensor that doesn't pick up bikes or if that's what's going on. And also in Berhampore at the southbound Berhampore Shops bus stop on Luxford Street, cars often go around the stopped bus and don't immediately see there are people in that crosswalk. And it results in a pretty scary situation. It happens to me quite routinely. I get off the bus, I walk along the crosswalk, and a car comes around the bus and slams on their brakes because they didn't see a person because the bus was blocking their view. That's all I have to say. Thanks for holding this consultation, and have a good afternoon.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions? Looks like you made your points really well, so there are no questions. So thank you very much for that. Much appreciated.
Take care. Bye-bye.
And our next person is Maureen Blakemore.
Kia ora, everyone. My name is Maureen Blakemore, and I've come here as an individual. My mode of travelling around the city over years has been walking, given my suburb is Vogeltown, which is vertical. I'm a long-standing ratepayer, more than 40 years as a Wellington homeowner, and for the first time feel provoked into submitting my opinions on the proposed changes. Just note they are my opinions. What I've drawn conclusions about is what I feel is based on projected population growth in an already geographically limited and challenging region, deemingly successful traffic scenarios, working overseas where streets may be wider, roads built of more durable materials, and infrastructure of high quality and maintained to keep it that way, and a more predictable climate than ours. I feel decisions have already been made as I notice changes already in terms of signage and work activity in the areas we're talking about, so feel my input here is a level of tokenism, but if I don't speak up, I'll regret it. I like to think my years of living in this city provide some relevance to what I see and can still contribute to. I've experienced the birth and death of various facilities and businesses which have drawn visitors to the city. I've supported city life and its close connection with the harbour and the pure excitement of a city-to-sea link which provides the view of a lifetime as it spans the entire city and harbour, not to be underestimated and now under threat, so much views are only seen by the privileged view. I've experienced a city of change and the value of embracing its heritage, our arts, music, population groups where there's something for everyone, and design expertise. Since COVID, I've worked harder to support local businesses because I could afford to, until parking changes and charges impacted not only how much time I feel I can spend in the city, but how much I pay over and above the reason for being there and even wanting to avoid it. The result? Increased my support in my nearby suburbs, Newtown and Berhampore. Newtown, a suburb known and appreciated for its diversity and eclectic character, and councillors have expressed that feel. It's the medical hub for the Wellington region and consists of character dwellings, hospitals, specialist and ancillary services, community centres, hospice and aged care facilities. There are little or no off-street parking options. It was a suburb termed the up-and-coming Newmarket of Wellington as far back as 1981. Very little has changed since then. It is not a suburb for those of impaired health or well-being. I feel some despair in that regard. The issues. I work in Wellington Hospital. I choose to walk more than 90% of the time, and sometimes due to the inability to find a park if I need to on rare occasions, or if I do so, it's just around the corner from home. My walk, as I said, is vertical. I've spent many times with patients more stressed about parking to get to appointments than the reason for needing to attend. This is not great in any area, but certainly an added burden for oncology and haematology patients. I've seen the emergence of traffic corridors, uninviting, result in business closures or businesses not opening, and a wind funnel, and it feels soulless. Rintoul Street cycle lane will limit access to only the fit and able. Even the residents will struggle with reduced parking options. Visitors for shopping and visiting loved ones will be less, and businesses relying on those passing patrons will be affected. The street is narrow and on an incline as it stands. And there will be reduced throughput for Newtown businesses, in my view, which are reliant on passing patrons. I have family in Newtown. If I visit, drop off or pick up children, carry a number of items, and my visits are to be less than 2 hours, I find the decision is made for how long I can stay in the vicinity. My freedom of choice has been impacted. I feel business owners need to have higher incentives to provide a service that's a draw card for patrons, safe, colourful and up to date. Homeowners maintain their properties. Surely similar could be said for business owners. Berempore, a relatively recent resurgence of young families and a sense of community vibe, once again appreciated by many. A sunny suburb with businesses to entice customers to spend time and money. A local that provides users of a relaxing evening sun vibe. A rare space for Wellington. Issues? The community hub feel will be carved in two, and a traffic corridor will emerge where there will be no desire to stop. There'll be reduced parking for those businesses that have grown, reliant on those passing through, as the local population alone will not provide enough support to be sustainable. The width of Luxford Street to have 2 cycle lanes, as for once the city has a bit of width compared to others. Reduced ability to park at the playground and sports facilities, where many need to park due to multiple children's sports activities at different times and venues across the city. A health and well-being issue, in my view, if there is less involvement in outdoor activities for all based on that. Road surfaces already show signs of wear and tear due to additional buses, not managing current needs, let alone future. Titivating activity currently being undertaken at cost, which could be spent elsewhere due to what I see as higher priorities. In conclusion, I'd like to see where there are new additions in the city, where there are inbuilt budgets for maintenance and upkeep as much as it is for the initial costs to get them established. I'd like businesses more accountable and supported to be increasingly proud of their service, not just be there for profit. I don't know how we can do that. It would provide a lot of engagement. I'd like plans to revitalise Wellington to focus on buildings and maintaining its current roads, facilities, parks, gardens, theatres, etc., before venturing on to new. And consideration given to what we have now, relish that, embrace it, and how we can revive it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions in the written?
Thank you so much for your submission and for standing up for what you believe. A bit of a correction though, I don't think so there is any job that is currently happening in that route for the cycle lane.
Any what, sorry?
There is no job currently happening to address the cycle lane improvement, so there is no decision that has been made. Is there any example that I'm happy to follow up? There is nothing that we are aware that's happening there from the
In
cycle.
Berhampore?
Yes.
Yeah, I've seen work being done. It's not cycleway per se, but it's the road, the footpaths and the corner has been upgraded, I guess. So just there's quite a bit of work going on into the footpath regrades, I guess. Yeah.
Okay, cool. I think your submission is noted very well, and we're still gonna make some improvements. So just making sure there is nothing, it's the work they are doing is separate from the one we are going to do here.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Maureen. Our next presentation is from James Harris, and he is online. Thank you, James. Your turn.
Kia ora. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, sure.
Hi. Ke te mihi o ki ngā mana whenua o tēnei rohi, ke te mihi o ki ngā kaiwhakahaere o tēnei hui. Nō reira, ko au. Ko James Harris, taku ingoa, e noho ana o I Newtown. Nō reira, tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you all for your patience for listening to all our presentations today. I'm quite impressed by your stamina. My name's James Harris. I'm a resident in Newtown. I'd like to focus on just one thing, which is the parking in Newtown. The general idea, the proposal's great. I can see you're trying to be fair to everyone, opening up the streets and returning them to the public. In our corner of Newtown, we're really living with all these problems already. So we live in Coromandel Street at the south end, and for those of you that walk the Southern Walkway, there's the zigzag that goes up the end of Coromandel Street. There's about 10 houses there without street access. So we've already got 20 households jostling for the parking spaces that are down the road. There was a formal traffic survey a while back for Kāinga building. They said our end of the street, the parking is 110% occupied because of how we all spill into Coromandel Street and Colville Street and find creative ways to park. And now Kāinga is adding 30 units there, maybe for another 100 people. So this problem's way bigger than just parking. And I guess what I want to encourage you is to think about is, what can we do to give people alternatives to cars? What's going to pull us away to other ways of getting around? Obviously, the cycle lanes are one. The New Adelaide Road one is wonderful. We ride it every day. It's great. My daughter uses it every day too. And that's a girl who, she wouldn't cycle to school because it was just too hostile out there for a teenage girl before that cycleway was there. So for parking, I'd really like it if you could think about parking for things that are not cars. So, personally in our neighbourhood, we've been through this recently with Kāinga with their new builds in Coromandel Street and Colville Street. And they said, no car parks are needed, council guidelines, because all the tenants are going to be using the bus, so they're going to be cycling. So that's great. Apart from last time we had Kāinga there, it was all Somali taxi drivers and they had a lot of cars. But we said, how's that going to work? Where are all these people going to store the bikes and the cargo bikes and all the weird and wonderful things that people are inventing? Where are they going to be storing them for each family? So where's the securely locked shed on this Kāinga complex with chargers for the e-bikes? So, they responded, and now there's a small metal bike rack been added to the design. It's just not good enough. So you're the council, you can change this. Just please make developers build real bike storage on these sort of developments, secure, dry, powered storage, and it has to be big enough for the cargo bikes and the weird and wonderful things that everybody's inventing now. And even more, perhaps, can you look at public cycle storage? So how about some public lockers that take up one street car park each that can be used by all the residents? That's all I really wanted to say, just a couple of hopefully constructive suggestions for things that you can do to reduce the number of cars that the people are trying to park out on the street. There's a lot you can do to fix the city, so it would be easier to live here without owning a car. I'd just say keep up the good work, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, James. Have we got any questions? Yes, we have from Ray.
Thanks very much for that. In fact, the houses that we were building did actually have storage areas for bikes. They were called garages. But the central government actually dictated that we weren't allowed to specify that we had off-street parking in any new developments. So that's the issue that we have. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a sort of clash of the rules, isn't it? Is it helping or hindering?
I forgot to turn my microphone on, and so now I have turned it on. I would like to say thank you again, except this time through the microphone. So thanks very much for that.
All right, thank you, everyone.
And now we have a presentation from Sai, who is also online. Thank you, Sai. Your turn.
Hi, everyone. Just want to say thank you for the opportunity. Just to provide a bit of context, my main thrust is asking to please reconsider making the parking around Newtown and Berrimpoor residents only. I currently I work in the hospital, and we have sort of north of 400 staff members who park in the sort of residence areas. Many of them come from other hut or porirua who couldn't get a parking permit, or they bring their cars in because they'll have to catch a bus to the train station, and then when they get to the railway station, they have to catch another bus to Newtown. And some of them have odd shifts, like starting at 7 o'clock. So if we are going to make the residence parking residents only, that's going to have an impact on hospital staffing. And so I'm sort of asking to please consider that. The other thing that we have is many of our nurses, senior nurses and management, Wellington and Hutt Hospital are now combined. So some of them might live nearby, but they'll drive to work because they'll have a meeting or a afternoon clinic or for 2 hours in Hutt, and then they'll have to come back. And in terms of utilising public transport, it's just not practical. So I guess that's the short end of what I want to propose to you guys to consider that. We do have a limitation on parking spaces in our Newtown campus, and we have asked for years to the government to help fund a parking building. And as you understand, with the health monies, everything is sort of going to front line as opposed to infrastructure. So it is a real problem that we have. So that's what I want to bring forth to this table, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. That was a good, very excellent presentation. Has anyone got any questions? No, I think you've made your points extremely clearly. So thank you very much for that. Thank you.
Now, the only other thing I want to add is, obviously, your staff has reached out to our parking advisory committee here at the hospital for staff to have input. And just to be fair, many of our staff are clinical. They don't even read all the emails. So the engagement that might be had to sort of voice what I'm trying to bring forth may not come forth as part of this. And for some of them, going to the website to sort of voice their concern may not happen or will unlikely to happen. So if you hear a lack of voice from our clinical staff or hospital staff, that'll be a practical reason as to why. So just again to consider that.
Thanks. Actually, we do have a question from Deputy Mayor Foon.
Yeah, kia ora, Sai, and thank you so much for coming to represent. We just understood that the Wellington Hospital is working on a staff kind of travel plan to help staff that can transition. Have you had any engagement with that travel plan at all?
Yeah, I'm part of the parking advisory group.
Oh, great.
And
yep.
Our challenge is staff engagement because practically they're busy. It's like if you're a nurse, you come in and do your shifts and you don't have time to come to a meeting for 45 minutes. So there is a plan. And part of the plan is to get people who live close by to actually walk or bike. And that's sort of working well.
Yeah.
But our challenge continues to be, if you're a nurse and you live in Kapiti or you live in Wainuiomata, we don't have a solution for that. And it is really hard to fix. But we're working hard internally, but we realise the pressures. And for some of them, they have to drive. They don't have the option to drive, but to drive in. Even some of them would drive in, come to the hospital, have a shower, have breakfast, and they start their shift just to avoid the traffic.
Yeah.
So it's really for us.
Yeah, no, appreciate that. And just another one was that we were aware that there is a staff parking place, but there is a cost to that. Do you feel that staff are aware, or does that feel to you, is that available to staff to park there rather than on the street?
Part of the pricing that's been done on the parking has increased at least double in the last 18 months. And part of that was to sort of weed out those who live close by but still drive their cars. And that sort of worked. But for many who live out, who are maybe a allied health worker who don't earn as much as a doctor or a senior doctor, that's still quite a lot of money for them. So they would rather drive in. So as you understand, you get a senior doctor who's on 250K, and then you get nurses who might be on 90K. So when you talk staff, there's different levels, and the of paying for parking at 120 a month is quite a lot for many of our nursing staff, most of which are the part of the 400 that are parking in Newtown streets.
Yeah, no, great, Si. And then one more question, because this is really helpful, because it's trying to get that direct interface with you. The proposal is not to make all of the parking in the area of residence, and I can't remember the percentage, so there still will be parks, but they might be further away. How do you think that will work for the staff that need to bring their cars in?
My main concern, there'll be a clinical risk. If you're a nurse in theatre and you're parking somewhere that's only got a 2 hour or whatever, I'm seeing some of them as I walk into, I can walk into work. When I walk in, I see some of them popping out at 8:30 to sort of repark their car. And that might be okay for a corporate person or a management staff. But if you're in a clinical role, you either get a ticket or you get towed, or something worse would happen. So it's really difficult. I don't have a solution, but it's a reality that I'm seeing.
Okay, no, that's great, Si. That is really helpful. So thank you for answering.
One from me too, Si, if I may. We've had some people suggest that there's a real risk with this plan that you won't be able to staff your hospital, basically, or, that people will leave from the School of Medicine. How much of a risk do you think that is?
I think it's going to escalate. At the moment, you would realise that the medical school is vacated because their building has got a seismic risk. They're working on to refurbish that. And once that comes back, you can imagine 400 med students coming back. And while a good portion of them live around Newtown and they'll walk and take public transport, there are some who live further away. So, that's actually a good consideration for when their building is seismically built. Many of their clinical staff, their teaching staff actually sort of drive in. We're currently utilising their car parks, but that's going to add pressure when in at least 2 years' time when their building is sort of seismically strengthened.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. That was a great presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next person is Julie Crisford.
Hi. I'm here to speak about the Newtown to Berempore cycleway. I have a bit of experience in this area that I live north of Island Bay, and I just want to talk about something that happened in May 2021, actually when people were voting for the funds of this cycleway. I was taking my son to daycare on a bike. This is actually something I wrote on the day. Usually my partner does this, as he's a more confident bike rider. However, this day he had to travel to work in Christchurch. I was working from home, so I was happy to get my son ready quite early, and we left in time to get up and drop him off at daycare, and then get home for my first meeting because I was working from home that day. Our daycare is only 2 kilometres from our house, but if you know, between Berempore and Island Bay, there's a huge hill, so it's not really great for walking with a preschooler. I live off the roundabout on that past the cycleway, and so I came down and turned right to go up the hill on Adelaide Road. As I arrived, the road to the right was clear, so I entered the roundabout, and I was thinking about, what gear do I need to get it to use up the hill, because I don't use that bike daily. We got almost all the way around a roundabout, and a car came out of nowhere up on the left-hand side and ran straight into us from behind. I caught a glimpse of it in my left peripheral vision as I was on the roundabout, but by the time it hit us, I was around enough that it actually hit us from behind. I had this kind of slow down disbelief going, oh my God, what's happening? Is this person trying to do a close pass? Because there, if you remember, there was some protests further up Adelaide Road where they'd put in a temporary cycleway, the protesters. But then my next thought was, oh my God, it's going to hit us. Oh my God, it's hitting my kid behind me first. It's going to drive right over us. Eventually, it did stop, and this was right in front of the bus, so there was, lots of people came to help us immediately. We were on the ground. My child was still in his seat, but stuck. We were stuck under the car on our side. He was talking and crying and trying to get out, but because he was in a seatbelt seat, it was hard to get him out, and I was under the bike too. And then the car started backing out and dragging our bike. So all of the people around us screamed and banged on the car and told them to stop and helped us get out and called an ambulance. It was super scary, and, my son was very shaken and upset and crying. He refused to talk to the ambulance, but luckily I had actually seen him walk around by the time they arrived. But he was really quite hysterical and he just wanted to get back on the bike and go to daycare. Unfortunately, it was quite broken. I eventually realised that he thought he was in trouble and the police were going to come and take him away. So I explained to him, he's just a preschooler, that the car wasn't supposed to drive down to us, so the police were coming to talk to the driver. Because our street only has one way of getting out of it, and a few of our neighbours saw us on the side of the street on their way to work. So eventually, once the ambulance had come and the police had come, our bike was broken. Our broken bike was put into one of my neighbour's cars, and another neighbour, who actually I found out later is from Psycho Wellington, Alex, who you might know, took a photo and told people about it. Our neighbour dropped our bike in the garage, and our other neighbour who worked past helped take us to daycare so that my son could calm down and have his normal friends. When I got home, I noticed that both of our helmets were cracked. Our bike seat was also cracked. The bike ended up with a bent back wheel. And I'm really thankful for that bike seat for keeping my son in place and protecting him from the impact. I really shudder to think that if he wasn't belted in, the force from the car could have pushed him and gone flying off into another lane where, double deckers come down the hill. Our insurance had a bike repairer pick up the bike, and they, as soon as they got it in their shop, just called us to make sure we were okay because it was that broken. So I am really encouraged by this piece of the area finally, hopefully, having separation from cars. Since this accident, we replaced our first lower-powered e-bike with a stronger cargo bike, and I also got my own e-bike since they stopped having masks on the buses because there was a lot of COVID at that time. So we get to ride places together. Over the last year, I've seen more and more bikes along this route and on the way to town. One person actually said to me online after my accident, which, as I said, happened on the vote where there was funds for this, that hopefully after the vote, by the time my son was in intermediate, he could bike this route. I think my feedback to the current plan is that I don't think it provides a level that an intermediate student could bike to school. This is a high traffic area. There's no proposal to lower the speed limit. The speed limit was remarked upon by police when they came to my area. They're like, wow, is this 50 Ks? I don't feel safe for an intermediate child to cycle with traffic next to car doors, which may also open and shut them into other cars. A teenager was killed in, March 2022 in Auckland, where a car door opened on him and he was shunted into the path of a van. I really urge the council to look at removing the car parks on the downhill areas, both in Wakefield and on Rintoul Street. I'm a user of Wakefield Park, and my family is. We're in the football club. I understand the concern that people have about parking at the park. But, I think that safety should always come first. In terms of the cycleway in Newtown, the council took out the car parks and the hospital has had to provide more parking. In this thing, the park is also a Wellington City Council thing. So it seems a little bit like you're conflicted. When this talk of this was raised, some parents at the football cape didn't even, I talked to them and they didn't even know there was car parking at the top of Wakefield. So, I think that you should take out the car parking and perhaps put some change management systems so signage for this parking area, a turning bay or that kind of thing. But I think that you don't want to be the council in Auckland that missed an opportunity to upgrade that roundabout. People should come before car parking.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions?
We don't have time.
No, that was a very powerful message. Thank you. I greatly appreciate you coming in.
Thanks.
Our next presentation is online, and it's from Michelle Kōrau.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, I'm Michelle from Newtown Medical Centre. As you know, we are in Rintle Street, and I've come on today just to express our concerns with our 10,000 plus patients and where they're going to park. I have attended some of the meetings and put in our what we're really worried about. We've had some one-on-ones, but yeah, I wanted to come today just to say the massive impact this is going to have on our medical centre and our 10,000 patients with no parking. I do believe that there'll be parking across the road, and it will be a mix between residential and parking 120. My concern is will those residents leave their parks during the day and make them available for our patients? So yeah, we've got a lot of concerns as a practice serving 10,000 patients in the Wellington area and beyond, because we run clinics. We have menopause clinics, immigration and travel, and those people do come from afar. So we're not quite sure what as of next year is going to look like when we have our frail elderly, people that are sick, trying to get in and out, especially our service people that deliver liquid nitrogen, the sharps. It's a concern for us because we've got no parking. And I'm just not quite sure how it's going to look in the cycle lane with taxis that pull up with some patients and they straddle between the footpath and the road, which means that they will be sitting in the cycle lane as they're dropping people off. And these people take about 10 minutes to get out of a taxi because of their mobility issues. So yeah, they're all the concerns we've got. We don't know as a business what this is going to look like. We're certainly suffering with recruiting because people don't want to work here because there's no parks. So it's already had a massive impact on our business. And yeah, we're very concerned at how our patients are going to find a park and walk here when they are sick.
Thank you very much. Is there any... yes, Ray would like to ask you a question.
Thanks very much for that. You were saying that there's no parking at your medical centre. Is there any way of making any? Is that how I'm not very aware of your centre. So, is it set back from the street, or is it any way that you can actually clear some areas to put a parking space in?
No, the problem we have is we can fit maybe 4 cars out the back, and the directors have those, and who are the doctors who go in and out doing house calls all day. There's no other parking that we can allow. We've got a really skinny driveway, and if any patient comes in, they just about take out half the house or damage their car. And at the front, if we put any parking out there, it would be straight outside a consultation room, which is inappropriate when you're doing examinations for someone to be hopping in and out of their car right outside that window. So we have got no capacity for any car parking.
Would there be any way of, if we ask our roading people to actually stop parking inside or parking in front of the surgery, would that actually help?
It's disability parking out there now.
I see.
Yeah. So there's no parking at all. That's been taken up. So there was talk about that footpath being curbed in a little bit more to have the mobility parking in a bit, but of course that's going to make that pathway very tight, especially if people are parking bikes. You know, if they bike to the surgery, where are all the bikes going to go? You know, because we've got so many people in wheelchairs that need to come in and out. So yeah, the parking we've got is most of it's been taken up with the mobility parking.
Great, thank you.
So great, thank you very much. That's a very clear presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
And our next presentation is from Marianne Layton on behalf of DAST. Thank you.
Oh. Kia ora tātou. Nice to see you all again. I'm speaking on behalf of Doctors for Active Safe Transport. I'd like to think there would be a few more of us able to talk to you this month, but as you have been told a number of times today, doctors and other healthcare workers are in extremely short supply these days, and I happen to be on annual leave this week. So I'd like to follow up a little bit from some of the discussion we had last week at the Kōrau submissions, and I would like to say that I am really impressed at the quality of the submissions today. They've been considered, creative, and really trying to find a solution that retains the cycleways, as well as excellent opportunities for walking and for public transport, and reducing congestion between the southern suburbs, the city, and in and around Newtown. I feel like there's been a lot less, how dare you take my parking spot away, and a lot more, how are we going to make this work, which is really exciting. You often at these things hear a lot of people talk about how important it is for them to be able to park right outside where they're going or where they live, particularly concern, as Michelle just said, for those who are unhealthy or disabled. But on the other hand, I also see exactly the same people in my clinic. And they say, this could be you, I'm sure, and your whānau. They have heart failure, they have angina, they've had a heart attack, they have strokes, they have diabetes, osteoarthritis, cancers, liver diseases, bowel diseases, the list goes on. And they ask me, sometimes pleading with me, what can they do to improve, to manage, to treat, or even to cure their diseases? Because being unhealthy is quite miserable a lot of the time. And one of the answers for almost every single one of these questions, there are obviously multiple answers of things they can do, but one of them is take more incidental exercise. It's park further away from where you are going. Walk a little bit every single time. Find a way to use public transport or active transport instead of your car wherever you can, especially for those shorter journeys. You know from the expertise you've heard that 50% of our journeys are less than 5 or 6 kilometres in and around our city. And these can be done. And the commonest excuse I hear, and you've heard reasons for that today, are it's too scary to cycle on the road. In Wellington, the roads are narrow, the speed limit remains too fast in many areas, although we've brought it down to 30, there's very little signage of that and almost nobody seems to pay any attention to it. It's very rarely the weather, actually, or the hills, or the hat hair, or any of the other things. It's drivers are distracted. There's so much going on an inner city street these days to drive around. You've got to have all your wits about you when you're driving. That's why we've banned mobile phone use and why we've banned other distractions inside cars. And separated cycle lanes everywhere is the way to go to make it safe, to make it feasible for people to cycle, especially when they're new to cycling, they may be feeling more vulnerable, they've got children with them, whatever else is going on. So we really do implore you to go back to the drawing board on those areas where you've gone for cyclists and cars sharing the road. I think please pay attention to the concerns of Living Streets Aotearoa, who presented earlier on today, around the issues for those using public transport and walking. I think there's some great suggestions from them. And obviously from emergency services, the reality is we need maybe to have some streets that don't have cars on them at all, that they're safe for emergency services, buses, walkers and cyclists, and the cars have to take the long way round to get from A to B. They are obviously in their air-conditioned, comfy vehicles, so not such a big deal for them. People want to be healthy. They just don't often realise it until it's too late and they're seeing me or they're seeing the Newtown Medical Centre. And by that time, it's not too late. They can still improve their health by taking more active transport. Sai just spoke a couple of minutes ago. I'll just speak very briefly to the hospital situation because many submitters have mentioned the needs of staff. He spoke very eloquently about the changes the hospital are trying to make to have a needs-based parking policy, not just a waiting list, so that those people who do live further away, who have children, who have disabilities, can have a parking permit more easily, which is excellent. But when we're thinking about shift workers, I want you to imagine the hospital grounds on a Saturday and Sunday. That's when our hospital is fully staffed with all its shift workers, and there is plenty of parking. Most of the hospital parking on Monday to Friday is taken up by people who work 8 a.m. till 6 p.m. And those people are the ones who are best able to find other ways of getting to work. And that will free up parking spaces for patients who need to come here and for people who need to get there, and the car is their only option. I'd just like to say one thing as a doctor, at the concept that people who are ill, that it's really important that they have a car to drive to the hospital in because they are too unwell to get on and off the bus. Now, there are laws in this country about being only driving when you are fit to do so. And that involves not being in your car when you are too unwell to even take a few steps. That's totally different to being disabled, where you are well in your brain and well in your body, but you for various reasons cannot function on and off buses. But if you are too ill to be able to take a few steps, you're too ill to drive, and you need to be taking a taxi or an Uber or getting a friend to drive and drop you off to go to the hospital. You should not be driving when you are ill. And that includes people going to and from the GP surgery as well as going to the hospital. Just in the last 2 weeks, I had to tell GPs not to let their patients drive to hospital when they were having a heart attack. Highly likely to drop dead. So a couple of questions, and then I've got a very quick submission from a personal perspective as a Newtown resident. Thank you.
Why don't you give us your personal one now, and then we'll go into the Q&A after that.
Okay, no worries. From a personal, very quick, as some of you know, a few years ago, about 4 years ago, I decided to give up my car because I believe it's the right thing to do in a city like Wellington that's getting so congested. It was a tough decision. I believe I'm unique and special, just like everybody else does, and therefore can justify my car use again and again. But actually, we did it. We got rid of it. And it's been great. It really has. It's been great not having a car, lots of stress, much cheaper. But your plan for parking restrictions in Newtown is actually going to disadvantage people like me. So even though I don't have my own car, I do share a car with someone else who I live in Newtown, she lives in Berrenport. And the car lives with me about 40 to 60 days of the year, maybe. I also hire a car sometimes when I need one for a week, particularly if I need a bigger car for some reason, when it's the right tool for the job. And sometimes I borrow a car from other people as well. So overall, I have a car way less than those people who have their cars sitting on the street 90% of the time. But this whole number plate registration business isn't going to work for me. I might have 4 or 5 or more different cars during the year. And even though I can afford to pay an extra registration fee, I don't know if actually I can have the same registration plate registered under me in Newtown and my friend in Berrenport. So we want to be encouraging people to share cars, to use cars more creatively that doesn't involve them having their own car. And this current proposal doesn't allow for that. And I'd really love you to really get down to the drawing board, happy to be involved in talks around how we can make these parking restrictions work for people who are trying their best to have alternatives to their own individual car ownership. I'd also like to say that I do think the parking restrictions probably should be in place from 7 a.m. until 5 p.m. And only Monday to Friday. Say Saturday and Sunday, there's actually no real problem with parking in Newtown. And I think 4 hours for visitors to Newtown would be great. I can easily spend 4 hours mooching around the shops down in Newtown, having lunch, having coffee, doing a bit of shopping and the like. 2 hours definitely not long enough. Even 3 is touch and go. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got a question for you from Iona to start with.
Thank you, Marion, for giving up your car and being a role model. That's awesome. But my question is we had the Dean of the medical school coming in today, and the argument was that just given the public transport issues, those should be sorted before the cycleway is built or changes are made. Is that the position of your organisation that should happen?
No, definitely not. If we wait for public transport to be completely fixed, we will be waiting forever. Obviously, a big advocate. Wellington already leads the country in its public transport. We did see when we had half fares, or God forbid, free fares, that you get a lot more people on the public transport. And I know Council's working closely with Greater Wellington, who organises the public transport, to make it as good as it can be, and it can only get better. Make it better, make it better, make it better, make it cheaper. It needs to be cheaper for people to be able to get public transport to work than it is for them to drive and park, as well as easier. There is already the Hospital Express bus from the station to the hospital that runs every 15 to 20 minutes for 2 hours during the morning peak and afternoon peak. It's not that well used, because actually it's still cheaper to drive and park than it is to take the train and then the bus to the hospital and back again. So we've got to make public transport cheap and easy, and we're just going to keep kicking the can down the road. On another note, I did think about, keep really focused on this. This is about congestion and ease of moving around the city. This isn't actually about emissions as such. That's more of a side issue. Don't let electric cars take priority over petrol cars. Electric cars do not solve congestion problems. They don't solve health problems. They only solve immediate, in place now emission problems. And so prioritizing electric cars, I think, is a real distraction from the issues at hand here.
Thank you very much. That looks like the only question. So thank you for your interesting presentation. Thanks.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thanks.
I want to make a comment regards to my previous comment where I said there might be no work that's happening on the cycle route. Now I can't confirm or I can't deny if it's anything is happening. We will wait for officers.
All right. Okay, so our next presentation is from Bogdan State. Bogdan. Oh, okay, well, just Bogdan, if you just wait 1 sec, we've just got a little bit of a comment.
Yeah, as I understand, it's curb and channel replacement. So it's part of our maintenance programme. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, almost, sorry, we're having a little haggle up here.
Yeah, just is there an adjustment to the width of the footpath to accommodate the cycleway, proposed cycleway?
Yeah, if there is, so I'll just need to confirm that. But if there is, it's just future-proofing, given that the cycleway is in the plan. So it's a Build Back Better type initiative.
Okay, Bogdan, all yours.
Hi, everyone. I biked here from Berhampore. I'm making a submission in my own personal name. I am a resident of Berhampore. Lived there for the past 7 months. I've been in the Wellington region for the past 5 years. I moved to this dying city at the time, 5 years ago. As far as I'm concerned, it's the best in the world. And yeah, that was being facetious. The city is obviously not dying. I wanted to emphasize the feeling that I would gladly trade my parking spot for a safe cycling lane, for a safe way to get to downtown and Lyle Bay from Berhampore. That would be great. I have a car, but the reason I moved to Wellington is not to have a car. Like that, I regard that as being the true luxury. And I think it's a bit of a shame that walking and cycling are luxuries. People pay good money to go to resorts, spend vacations there, be able to walk everywhere. I don't see a lot of people pay good money to stay in traffic all day. And so that is part of my plea. At the same time, I want to emphasize that it's easy for me to say this, a childless late 30-something working from home. Not everybody is able to not depend on cars. This is certainly the truth. And I have a lot of empathy for my neighbors who rely on their cars, who must rely on their cars. I would urge the council to also have empathy for them. It is, if you are disabled or have to rely on your car, then certainly you should have that convenience. But I want to emphasize that the battle between cyclists and drivers is not really a zero-sum game as it appears so often on social media. It is, oftentimes it's the same people. And it's a matter of encouraging the better choices for all of us at the margin, and this is what the cycle lane can accomplish. However, not all cycle lanes are created equal, and careful design is incredibly important, and certainly there have to be some compromises made on all sides. So, for instance, I'm very supportive of the idea of just having a protected cycle lane for the uphill on Rintoul Street. I think that would be incredibly helpful. Is that Ridleyford? Anyway, cycle lane on the uphill going into Berhampore, basically, and. I think that's an example of a compromise certainly worth making. Yeah, and I guess I'll end my plea with asking the council to not let the city be smothered by cars, and also to emphasize the fact that there can be a bit of a false choice presented, saying we could keep our city the way it is, or we could change it in this sort of way. And really, whether you like it or not, the more people want to live here. Perhaps I'm one of them. But unless you want to prevent people from moving to Wellington, if these people cannot take other kinds of transit, if they cannot use bikes, they will get in their cars, and there's not going to be enough parking for these people either. And this is really the choice. You either adapt or you build a moat around the city, or a fence. It might not be that hard, but I assume you do not want to do that. So, thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions?
To provide a voice and support, broadly in support of the plan, but also emphasizing the need to be considerate about parking in particular, and making sure that the elderly and the disabled in particular have a way to park close to their residences. I think this is important.
Sure. Sarah?
I think you've made a really good point that people don't realise that the parking's going to start disappearing anyway as we get more and more new builds without parks. What do you think we can do to make that message a bit clearer, that we can't really avoid confronting this issue in one way or another? No, okay.
I'm sorry, I'm not an expert in marketing.
Yeah, okay. I think it's a good point, and I just wondered if you had ideas, but they're probably for us to come up with, not you, but thank you.
I can recommend some. I don't know. Thank you so much. I really appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Great, thank you, Bogdan. Sorry, our next speaker, I think, is Eliza Oldfield. Is Eliza... Okay, what about Bethany Bella?
Yeah, should I go now?
Sure, Bethany.
Oh, is that a timer there?
Yep.
Oh, amazing.
You can also sit at the table if you're more comfortable.
Oh, I don't know. I think he's fine. Thank you. So, hi everyone. It's so nice to be here. I haven't been in this room before. It's pretty cool. So I just came here from cycle instructing actually. So I'm always teaching kids to cycle, and I also teach adults to cycle as well. And the way I thought of it as a good way forward is to think, is this road safe enough for a child to cycle or a teenager? I guess like a 10-year-old upwards to cycle. And if it's not, then we know there's some work to do. And obviously we are little by little improving things, and so it's hard to make things that good straight away. But we're at this exciting opportunity connecting up Berhampore and Newtown and all those places around to make that possible. One school that I have in mind is, of course, Swiss. So that goes right beside Rintoul Street. And I've worked with those kids, both mechanics and also some of them cycling when they're at primary, and hopefully soon at Swiss as well. And I want them to be able to commute really safely while they're getting to Swiss, and then commute from wherever they live in the southern suburbs to the colleges that they go to into town. One way that we can do that is by connecting the cycleways in both directions. Another way that we can do that is by having those lower speed limits, which is a really great idea. So let's definitely stick to that. Because that, of course, that Rintoul Street section, very skinny, and people tend to go very fast along there. So it would be great to get a little bit more calming around those areas. Speaking of both pedestrians and cyclists getting around safely, I definitely support all those pedestrian improvements as well to the pedestrian crossings, both along Rintoul Street and also going down into the parade. I'm really pleased that we're planning to take away that right-hand turn along Luxford Street, because that can cause quite a bit of danger. And I'm kind of interested in that. It looks like a hook turn going into Luxford Street from the south. I don't know how that works. It might work. It would be nice for it still to be a safe option for, I might be wrong. There's like a little green box with a turning circle. Yeah, cool. It would be great for people to still be able to merge safely if they're turning right as well, because ultimately lots of people have different experience. Some cyclists are confident going in traffic, but those safer options are important for people like kids and other vulnerable people on the roads. Oh, cool. Oh, all right. 2 minutes left. Some other things I wanted to talk about is the other side, so the north side. So I go through, and I should have said I also live in Kingston, so I use this area a lot, getting into town or getting into Island Bay, and we'll use it a lot more once the infrastructure is improved. So I had a friend that had a terrible cycle accident going south from kind of in front of Newtown School in that merging section. These improvements, having a separated cycleway, will hopefully prevent that from happening. What they were doing was they were on the left and they were merging to the right in order to go up Rintoul Street. There was a car parked where the cycleway is about to be that went in front of them. And so the separated cycleway will help that. But it made me think we want to make these roads completely foolproof. It's not enough to be pretty good. We want to make it that you can be a car doing a very silly thing, maybe even an illegal thing, a driver I mean, or a cyclist, and people are still safe. So that separated cycleway will be really important. But I do think it's important to have a safe merging option as well. The hook turn going up into Rintoul Street won't have enough capacity for everyone. And some people are confident and able to merge. In order to be able to merge safely, there's a few things we can do. Make bigger gaps in between the separators, at least at some points. And we can also make the phasing better going in. I talked a little bit about that on my submission, so you'll see those points there, making that longer phasing and also connecting that up better. And also looking at the phasing going into Rental Street as well. 10 seconds left. Does anyone want to ask any questions?
Bethany, thanks. And it's really good hearing that you're cycle instructing a lot of the kids in the area. Through, I think the biggest question today has been, are we doing enough to make it safe? And that was actually the point you brought up at one of your first statements. And the best of your understanding of the proposed cycle route and the kids you're teaching, do you have the confidence that you think that the students you are teaching would feel or be safe on this cycleway?
Definitely safer, but no, I wouldn't have complete confidence.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Cool, thank you. Thank you, everyone. And there's more in my submission as well. Cheers.
Great. Thank you very much, Bethany. We now have Ben and Eliza.
If we sit there. The microphone, Ben, that'll help make sure they can all hear you. You sit down. Kia ora koutou, my name's Eliza. I'm just here today as Ben's mum to help him out with his first submission. His brother did a submission 2 years ago on the Newtown to City link. He didn't ride a bike yet then, but when he learnt to ride a bike, he thought next time there was an opportunity, he'd come and talk to the council. So you want to introduce yourself, Ben, and then talk about the things you want to talk about? I can introduce you? Okay. This is Ben Kōrau. He's got a list of things he wants to go through, and then he's really keen for... Oh, right. Yep. Cool. So he'll read through his list of things, and then he's really keen for councillors to ask him questions as well.
Hi, I'm Ben, and this is some things that I want you to do. Bike lanes should be wide and longer, not too skinny. So kids don't ride off and go onto the road. There should also be fences, not poles, in case people ride off, just in case. And there should also be pedestrian crossings on the side streets so that kids can go to parks without their parents needing to come. And being able to ride more places so kids and parents can have more fun riding with each other. And making a bike lane into town.
Cool. Do you want to say anything more about any of these points, or do you want them to ask you questions now?
Questions now.
Questions now?
Ben, do you ride? Are you able to ride or scooter at the moment around your neighbourhood? And what can you do already?
I can ride, and what I can do already is start off with my mum not pushing me, which was a big achievement when I learned it.
Oh, wow. Mm. And do you think you'll be able to ride a scooter or ride a bike when you start going, when you're a bit bigger, just a bit bigger?
I'm already able to ride a bike.
Okay, cool.
Thank you, Ben. My question is, do you have any cycle lanes that you really enjoy riding on, or favourite places to ride your bike?
Near the water fountain.
Oh, where's the water fountain?
Oriental Parade.
Oriental Parade.
Nice, thank you.
What do you like about the one at Oriental Parade, Ben?
I like that it's wide enough and that it's long.
We've also got a question from Councillor McNulty, who will talk to you from Tawa.
Kia ora. Hey Ben, I'm going to cheat. I'm not going to ask you a question, but I am going to ask that you come back and submit in future because you did a great job today, and it's really lovely to hear from people like yourself. So don't let this be the last time you come to the council table, please.
Uh-huh.
I think Laurie would also, the Deputy Mayor would like to ask you a question as well.
Thanks, Ben, for coming in today. And can you just tell me, are you going riding, when are you going riding, and are you riding as a family? Like, is it in the weekend or is it on the way to school?
On the way to school, and so it's on the way to school, and my dad doesn't have a bike, so he usually doesn't ride.
Right, cool. Maybe we need to help him do that. And which school do you go to, Ben?
Newtown School.
Oh, coolest school. Coolest school. Great. Thank you.
You're going to get lots of questions.
I know. Newtown School, you currently got a new bike track at school, isn't it? Are you enjoying that one?
Yes.
A lot of fun?
Uh-huh.
Cool.
Ben, I've got a question for you. Do you do any riding of the trails around Wellington? Do you ride off the road at all? In the bush?
Tracks. Not really.
That's next.
Actually, that's there's the trail and the playground in Berhampore opposite the golf course, which is the sort of place that making this bike lane good enough that kids could go from Newtown to that park would be really great, because at the moment that playground exists, but they can't get there. Sorry, you're right, this is your interview. Go butt out.
You're right.
Yep.
I only have like 5 seconds left now.
What's the last thing you want to say, Ben?
Yeah, you've got 2 seconds to go. Is there any last thing you want to say, Ben?
The seconds are up.
Thank you very much for coming and giving your presentation. That was great. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. Very cool to have you.
Is that it? We've got 2 to go.
We may have to take a 10-minute tea break.
Hey, guys, so just a slight confusion point. So we actually have somebody who is a school teacher who's booked to talk to us at 3:15, and he's not available until class finishes. So we'll just take a 25-minute break. Jonathan Marwick hasn't yet turned up, so it's a case of just sort of hanging around to see whether Jonathan does turn up, and at 3:15 we'll reconvene for Ben Gitos to tell us what he's going to tell us.
When are we due to finish?
3:20.
3:20. Yeah, we do.
Yep. Okay. Hey, Laurie, could you bring Jonathan with you? Because we'd like to hear from him. We've got two presentations to go, and Jonathan Marwick is our penultimate of today. Thank you, Jonathan.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for waiting for me. I'd like to thank the council for all the progress it's made so far on building the cycleway network. It's meant that I, as someone with my income, is able to get around safely and affordably in Wellington. That's been a massive help with all the cost of living and everything. So I came here today to give my strong support for the Newtown to Berhampore bike lane improvements. Newtown to Island Bay. The Newtown to Island Bay is, as you probably all know, is a massive gap in the network, and the proposals mostly fill that gap. It's great to see the safe cycleways on the uphill sections. However, there are some gaps that don't make it completely safe. I'm mostly talking about the southbound lane that goes past Wakefield Park towards Island Bay. That's only because it's a pretty wide road, so traffic tends to drive quite fast. So it encourages vehicles to pass cyclists at quite high speeds, certainly over 50 k's an hour. If more consideration or rearranging of car parks could happen to allow a safe southbound lane through Wakefield Park, that would be great. But other than that, I'd like to reiterate my support for the Newtown to Island Bay bike lanes. Thanks. That's all I had to say.
Thank you, Jonathan. Does anyone have any questions?
I must admit, I've been thinking about that a little bit too, because if anything, the message has been that we haven't gone quite far enough. Do you think a slower speed there, like if we were to officially change the speed limit in that last bit of Adelaide Road before you get to Island Bay, do you think that would help at all, or do you think it wouldn't go far enough?
That's a tricky question because it's the road width that means that cars tend to drive, that encourages cars to drive faster. I guess the speed limit could help, but it's sort of, a band-aid over a bullet wound,
Okay, thank you.
This is something that I personally just keep thinking about it. We have in one line protected cycle lane to make it more safe, but at the same time, because of the width that we have, the road that we have, on the other side it's not really protected. So they are the same people who will be driving that way, coming back on unprotected way. How do you think that compromise being happening in the same routes, if it's a shopping center or stuff? Good example would be Luxford Street.
So you're asking about if that could be implemented on Luxford Street? Or?
So the idea of, protected cycle lane all the way, 100%, or sometimes we just have to arrange it in some areas. If it's shopping center or something, we can have it that protected cycle lane. For some people, they just 100% no. But if we take the same argument, people who will be using that cycle lane, they are coming back, which is unprotected cycle lane, coming back on the other side. So that compromise is something for some people, they say it's a good idea, but what do you think from your side?
Okay. It depends on the street, sorry. So, for example, on Rental Street, that's fine.
Laxford example.
Yeah, because it's quite narrow, so it discourages vehicles from passing it, like passing downhill, which means they would have to mean downhill passes are particularly quite scary because the cars would be going 60, 70 k's an hour. Yeah.
Mm.
So yeah, I guess it depends on the road design.
Okay.
Great, thank you very much. That's great, much appreciated. And our last presenter of the day is Ben Gitos, so who is online. So your turn, Ben.
Thank you. That's Ben Gitos.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. It's an unusual name. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. I'd like to start by saying I'm both a cyclist and I use a car as well. So I guess I can look at things both from a cyclist's point of view and as well as someone who uses a car. And I have to say I'm opposed to what the council is planning here. And one of the big reasons for that is more about, priorities. Until our water network is fixed, I don't think any more work should be going ahead on any more cycleways or changing the parking, because we're losing 40% of our water supply, and I think every available bit of funding should be going towards fixing that up, because we're going to be facing some quite potentially dramatic restrictions, and it just seems crazy in a city like Wellington. So I think the biggest priority is to fix that before we do any more cycleways. Another thing that informs that is my observations around the city. I know that some of the cycleways are really well used, but I also observe there are others that seem really underutilized. And I just think that, we need to see more people using what's already there before we build more, and take away more parks, of which we have lost so many already. And I appreciate, there are a lot of cyclists, but there are still a lot of Wellingtonians who actually really do rely on a vehicle as the main means of transport. Being a father of 3, it's just not practical for us to all get on our bikes at times. We try to when we can, but I think that more consideration needs to be given to households that are in that sort of situation. I'd like to also just talk about the parking permit situation. I'm really opposed to changing to a 120 parking system for Berhampore and Wellington, and I'm not. I'm for a couple of reasons. The way the permits are being prioritised. So I understand. I appreciate if you have mobility issues, getting a permit there. That there's no argument there. But I think one of the other criteria is if you own an electric car. Well, the people I know who own electric cars have a lot of disposable income, so I think there's an an equity issue there. And then also, if you live in a house that is pre-1930s build, those buildings tend to be the higher end of real estate. So I'm not sure how, I don't think that's particularly equitable. The other thing is we pay an eye-watering amount in our rates, and to be expected to then pay for an annual parking permit on top of that, and in a cost of living crisis, just seems crazy to me. It just seems not a good thing to do at all. So yeah, I would say to the council just to tai hoa and to think, more about things like the water. Like when I was walking on Sunday through Newtown and saw water gushing up from where a Toby was. I guess that's all I have to really say, really. But thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Ben. Does anyone have any questions? No, it looks, Ben, as if you've made your points very clearly, and so we'll thank you for your time, and that was much appreciated. And that,
thank you very much.
Great.
All right. Okay, thank you.
So is there any process that I have to do now to actually kind of, that's it?
You might need to extend the meeting.
No, we've already done that. Yeah, we did that earlier. Okay, so I'll see you all tomorrow morning at 9:30 to start all over afresh.
Thank you.